A day later, Keyenes returned to the kingdom of Karo with Enel by his side. At the royal palace's Hentang Sky Garden, the core members, Marco, Enel, Shiryu, and the others, had gathered, awaiting his return. As Keyenes stepped into the garden, all eyes turned to him. Without a word, he tossed the heavily injured Douglas bullet at Marco's feet. "Marco, he's yours. Don't let him die." Marco knelt beside the unconscious man, frowning as he inspected the extent of the injuries. His expression twitched slightly. "You didn't hold back at all, did you?" he muttered. "If this were anyone else, they'd be dead 10, no, 100 times over." Enel leaned over, still gripping his golden rod, and narrowed his eyes. "Is he really that strong? If you faced him, you'd be a corpse," Shiryu said bluntly, chewing on his cigar. "I've spent years in Impel Down. I know monsters when I see them." Shiryu had first-hand experience with the notorious prisoners locked away in the depths of the prison. Bullet was no mere legend to him. He had watched the Marine forces bleed just to bring this beast down 20 years ago. "Well," Keyenes said coolly, "you'll have your chance in the future. Fighting a real monster is the best way to grow stronger." He then glanced around. "Anything happen in the kingdom while I was away?" Enel scoffed. "Huh, who would dare stir trouble with me around?" Shiryu spoke up in a quieter tone. "Not here, but something's brewing with the Red Hair pirates." Keyenes' eyes narrowed. "Red Hair?" "Our scouts ran into their main ship while sweeping the nearby sea. No skirmish, but we tracked them. Turns out they recently passed through the Red Line, with signs of contact with both the Holy Land and Marine HQ. A heavy silence fell over the group. "It's hard to believe Red Hair would collude with the Marines," murmured Jace, brows furrowed. "No one ever truly understood that man," Marco said quietly. "Even Whitebeard couldn't figure out where Shanks stood. He's unpredictable." The memory of Shanks delivering Ace and Whitebeard's bodies after the Summit War still lingered among Marco and the others. A gesture of deep respect, but also one shrouded in mystery. Keyenes waved it off. "Forget Red Hair. We have no current conflict with him. No need to waste energy unless he gives us a reason." The territory ruled by Red Hair was far removed from the Karo Empire. Unless provoked, Keyenes had no intention of acting against them, for now. "Oh, speaking of Red Hair," Burgess chuckled, "I heard something interesting. That brat Eustace kid went and challenged him." "Kid? That arrogant punk?" Enel snorted. It had been over a year since the supernovas stormed into the New World, and now some of them were starting to rise or fall. "What happened?" Shiryu asked, voice cold. "He died." "Nope. Got away, but lost an arm for his trouble," Burgess said with a grin. "Tisich, lucky bastard," Enel muttered. "Red Hair's crew must be soft. Or maybe," Marco said, "he showed mercy. Shanks is known for restraint, unlike some others." Marco glanced subtly at Keyenes, who didn't respond. Among the four emperors, Keyenes was by far the most ruthless. In his domain, there were only two fates for those who challenged him: submission or annihilation. No exceptions. The pirates who once dared to test his strength had vanished, one after another, many by Enel's own hand. Despite the news, none present were worried. The Karo Empire was unchallenged now. Any pirate that dared enter their waters came seeking allegiance, not war. And as a result, the Empire's power grew by the day. Once the discussions died down, the others dispersed from the Sky Garden, leaving Keyenes alone under the starlit dome. He raised a hand, and the space before him twisted like a whirlpool. A black hole opened, and from within, a silent killing puppet emerged. Keyenes retrieved a devil fruit from his palm, the magma fruit, and tossed it toward the puppet. It caught the fruit without emotion and devoured it. No convulsions, no change in expression. The transformation was silent, yet deadly. Keyenes could feel it, the searing power fusing into the golem's core. He linked a thread of his consciousness to the puppet and sensed its enhanced potential. PSSHH. One of the puppet's arms transformed into molten magma, hissing and dripping onto the marble floor. The stone cracked and melted on contact. Satisfied, Keyenes recalled the lava and reabsorbed the puppet into the black hole. "You'll be called the magma puppet," he declared. already possessing 70% of Keyenes' power. This puppet now rivaled even the strongest admirals. With the magma fruit, it might surpass even a Kainu in his prime. With a flick of his wrist, 3 more devil fruits appeared on the table before him. Sparkle fruit, dark fruit, and the vampire fruit. Each one a supreme treasure. If I had 3 more puppets, Keyenes mused, I could recreate a force equivalent to the 3 admirals. A wry smile crossed his lips. Too bad Akiji's mine now. Would have been poetic to rebuild the admirals with monsters of my own. With Marines suffering loss after loss in the New World, Akainu dead, Sengoku and Kizaru fallen, there was no one left strong enough to take up the role of marshal. Desperate, the world government had dragged a retired Kong back into power and elevated Momosaji to admiral just to fill the void. They had lost their grip on the New World. And now, Keyenes was building an empire with monsters they could never match. Karo Empire, Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes lounged on a balcony sofa, bathed in warm afternoon light. Gentle orchestral music drifted through the air, bringing a sense of serenity to the high-altitude haven. For a rare moment, peace reigned. Then, the tranquil silence was broken by the shrill ring of the din-din mushi. He reached into his coat, withdrew the snail phone, and connected the call. The snail's face quickly shifted into the features of Judge Vinsmoke. "Keyenes," Judge said, barely containing the excitement in his voice. "The first batch of artificial devil fruits has matured. We're about to begin testing. Would you like to witness it?" "I'll be there shortly," Keyenes replied, cutting the line without further ceremony. Judge had been developing a new generation of artificial devil fruits for over a year, far surpassing the defective ones once produced by Caesar Clown. Now, the first tangible results were ready. For Keyenes, this was more than a scientific curiosity. This was the potential birth of a perfect army. So far, his forces have been divided into 2 powerful units. The evolutionaries, enhanced through the Q2 type gene serum, and the artificial devil fruit users, granted abilities through Caesar's flawed creations. But the 2 paths had never been merged, until now. The reason was simple. Caesar's artificial devil fruits, supplied through Doflamingo, had too many flaws, low success rates, and a dangerous side effect that turned users into emotionless husks called pleasures. Keyenes had no intention of risking his elite evolutionaries on such uncertainty. But if Judge's version eliminated that fatal defect, Keyenes descended via cable to the first floating sky island, where a vast, high-tech laboratory buzzed with activity. In its center sat rows upon rows of strange fruit, 500 freshly cultivated artificial devil fruits, each marked with elegant spiral patterns unlike the rough, circular ones Caesar produced. Judge stood at the head of the lab, overseeing the final preparations. "Begin the trial," Keyenes ordered. The fruits were transported to the nearby Colosseum, where 500 captured pirates awaited their fate. 1 fruit per person, no explanations, no second chances. At Keyenes' signal, they all bit down. Almost immediately, mutations rippled through the arena. Dozens of pirates began transforming into lions, scorpions, elephants, crocodiles, and more. Others showed no visible change, but unlike Caesar's failures, their minds remained intact. "No signs of pleasure syndrome," Judge reported, scanning the readouts. Keyenes nodded, his sharp gaze scanning the chaos below. "How many succeeded?" 62 gained abilities, Judge replied. "Roughly 12%. Low, but acceptable. More importantly, none had lost themselves. This was already far superior to Caesar's defective model." "Good," Keyenes said. "Begin mass production immediately." He turned to Judge with a cold glint in his eyes. "From now on, artificial devil fruits go only to those who've undergone evolution. If they want power, they must become evolutionaries first." Judge smirked. "Understood. Combining both enhancements will create the ultimate soldiers." "And Doflamingo's supply?" Judge asked, raising an eyebrow. "Do we still buy from him?" "Of course." Keyenes chuckled. "His fruits are inferior, but they still serve a purpose. Let the unevolved use them. Even if they fail, they're expendable." "Very well." Money was the least of Keyenes' concerns. With over 30 nations under his protection, each paying 5 billion berries annually, and Tesoro's Golden City under his control, Keyenes had more wealth than any force outside the world government. With the successful fusion of the Q2 evolution serum and Judge's improved devil fruits, Keyenes had forged two devastating armies. The evolutionaries. Every soldier a master of marine six styles, with bodies enhanced far beyond natural human limits. Average Dariki levels exceeded 1,000, making them individually stronger than CP9's Blueno. The artificial ability troops. Each soldier a devil fruit user, trained in coordination and suppression tactics. Though fewer in number, their shock value alone shook the world. The emergence of these two elite forces spread like wildfire. The world, still reeling from the fall of Marine HQ and the death of Keyenes, could no longer halt Keyenes' advance. Island after island fell under his expanding rule, the banner of the Karo Empire flying higher by the day. Whispers began to circulate among the world's elite. Rumors of a man who could evolve humans at will, who could mass-produce devil fruits, who might one day surpass even the world government in military might. Most assumed Keyenes simply had vast networks to collect natural devil fruits. Few suspected the truth, that Judge had cracked the code of their artificial creation. Intelligence agencies, pirate crews, and underground syndicates alike flooded the new world with spies. CP agents from the world government infiltrated border towns. Rival Yonko sent scouts and saboteurs disguised as refugees. Most of them didn't survive. The outer perimeter of the Karo Empire was merciless. Spies rarely reached the core islands. Those who did were often caught and disposed of before their second breath. But still, the underground powers were persistent. To them, everything in the world could be bought. If they could discover Keyenes' secret, perhaps they could trade for it. And if they couldn't, they'd keep dying until someone could. Among the first to act was Doflamingo. He was, after all, the first to establish trade with Keyenes, and perhaps the only one cunning enough to survive it. Back at the palace in Hentang Sky Garden, Keyenes reclined once again on his balcony sofa. The sky was beginning to turn a brilliant gold. A din-din mushy sat on the table before him. Its shell vibrated. The snail opened its eyes. Doflamingo's grinning face slowly formed on its surface. The next phase had already begun.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Kalo Palace, Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes sat back on the balcony sofa, Doflamingo's voice on the phone in front of him. I have seen your evolutionary. The Keyenes, is it something Judge developed? I'm very interested. How about selling it to me? Doflamingo, there are some things you can't touch. Keyenes took a sip of red wine and said lightly, sometimes, the more you know, the faster you die. Don't violate my bottom line. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean it that way, Keyenes. Doflamingo laughed wildly and said, but I think there is nothing in this world that can't be traded. It's just a matter of how many chips are there. Huh, you have the chips I want. Keyenes asked coldly. Hush, 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 still following the old rules. I offered devil fruit, the genuine kind. Keyenes laughed sarcastically. You don't even know what's in my hand, so you exchanged it for devil fruit. This deal is not a good deal for you. I don't look at the item being traded, only the object of the transaction. Doflamingo laughed wildly and said, the thing in the hands of the killing tyrant must not be ordinary. Okay, as you wish. The only thing that can make Keyenes relax now is devil fruit. Anyway, Keyenes will only give Doflamingo Q1, and Q2 is reserved for himself. Using the Q1 type genetic medicine, the success rate of evolution is very low, about 20%, and the Tau force value after evolution is only about 500. Keyenes also has a better Q2 type. The success rate of evolution is as high as 50%. After evolution, the Tau strength value reaches 1,000, which is twice as effective as the Q1 type. After the successful research and development of the Q2 type drug, the previously accumulated Q1 type became useless and became an obsolete product. Originally, Keyenes wanted to release a batch of Q1 type medicines through the underground black market. Trading with Doflamingo ahead of time now counts as handling inventory. Just as Keyenes cut the call, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the garden, and it was Enel. "What's up?" Keyenes looked at Enel and asked. "Something happened." Enel nodded and said, "When the second core was expanding, it came across an island, which is the territory of the Bigmum pirates." "That old woman's place?" Keyenes frowned, then smiled playfully. Among the four emperors, the territory of the Bigmum pirates was originally the closest to the kingdom of Karo. In addition to the 34 islands of Wangwa, there are of course many other islands. With the expansion of the Carlo Empire, it finally touched her territory. Alpha came back with the news, "Let me ask your opinion, whether to attack directly or—" "Of course it was a direct hit," Keyenes said directly. "Bigmum is just an old woman. What's the scruples? The expansion of the Carlo Empire cannot be stopped. No matter who comes, he will be taken down." "Yes, I understand." Enel also gave a grim smile. Keyenes' idea was exactly Enel's idea. With the current strength of the Carlo Empire Kingdom, how could it care about a four emperors pirate group? "I haven't done anything to the Bigmum pirates before because there is no conflict between the two parties and the site is too far away. There is no need to do it. Now that the turf war has been involved, of course, there is nothing to worry about. The big deal is just a war." Several months have passed since the defeat of naval headquarters, and Enel Shiryu and the others are bored. A war with the four emperors' Bigmum pirates will surely be interesting. After receiving the order from Keyenes, Enel immediately communicated the order to Alpha. The second legion that went out to fight this time, the leader is Enel, and the Mercury pirates is the forward of the second legion. Enel is the leader and generally doesn't make a move. The Mercury pirates led by Alpha are the ones who usually go on expeditions. Enel will only take action when there is something Alpha can't solve. At his speed, the support will be fast, and there is no fear of delaying the fighter at all. On the other side, the distant New World, the Isle of Guys. Guys Island is very famous in New World, not only because it is the territory of the Bigmum pirates, and outsiders dare not invade. More importantly, the island is rich in a variety of delicious juices. It was precisely because of this that Auntie dispatched the pirates under her command to forcibly occupy the island. There are 5 large pirate ships docked in the waters several kilometers outside the island of Guys. This is the Mercury Pirates, one of the core pirates of the Karo Empire. Captain Jack Carey Alpha, Logie is Mercury Fruitability, with a bounty of 629 million Baileys, is one of the famous powerhouses in New World. "Yes, I understand." In the pirate ship, Alpha hung up the phone respectfully. The pirate brother on the side saw that the captain ended the call and hurriedly asked, "How is it? What did Boss Thor say?" Alpha gave a deep smile. "Thor has already obtained the consent of His Majesty Keyenes. Little ones, we are going to fight. Follow the orders of His Majesty Keyenes. Occupy the island of Guys, and include the island of Keith into the territory of the Karo Empire." As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding pirates roared wildly with high fighting spirit. As one of the earliest pirates to join the Karo Empire, the Mercury pirates have experienced countless battles. Now the crew on board are all battle-hardened powerhouses. This time, to go out to fight, to expand the territory for Carlo D, all the forces along the way are looking down at the wind. Occasionally, I meet those who have the courage to resist, and their combat power is not very good, so it is impossible for these people to have the pleasure of fighting. Now attacking the island of Geese, which is under the command of the Bigmum pirates, finally makes these pirates feel excited. Set off. Following Alpha's order, the 5 pirate ships immediately set sail and rushed towards the island at the fastest speed. At the same time, a piercing siren sounded immediately on the island of Guys. The Mercury pirates appeared in the outer waters of Guys Island, and of course the people on the island discovered it immediately. It's just that the Mercury pirates stopped at sea and did not invade. Of course, the people on the island would not take the initiative to attack, but were always on guard. Now that the Mercury pirates have launched an invasion, they naturally want to fight back. Quick, contact Brother Katakuri, tell him the situation on the island, and let him send reinforcements immediately. The complex garrisoned at the Isle of Keys is Charlotte Connie, the sixth son of the Charlotte family. After saying this, Connie immediately went to meet the enemy. Charlotte Connie is a huge man with a height of more than 5 meters, with muscles all over his body. As the son of the 4 emperors' aunt, Connie's combat power is of course also very strong. But facing the strongest Karo Empire in the New World, Connie had an uncontrollable panic in his heart. If it is an ordinary enemy, Connie is sure to repel the enemy. But the Mercury Pirates are different. Alpha's name is very loud, and Connie is not sure if he can beat Alpha. The Mercury Pirates were very fast, but within a few minutes, they had already rushed to the edge of Guy's Island. Seeing this, Connie quickly ordered an attack. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of artillery fire sounded, and countless shells were fired, hitting the Mercury Pirates like rain. Alpha led the pirates under his command to fight back, shooting down all the shells that came in, leaving the hull intact. Facing the hail of gunfire and artillery bombardment, the Mercury Pirates finally landed on Guy's Island. What followed was a hand-to-hand fight. The Mercury Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates fought together mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, there were corpses all over the place, and blood flowed into rivers. On the Isle of Geiss, Alpha and Charlotte Connie battled it out. Artillery fire roared on the island, and the fire spread. A flag of the Big Mom Pirates fluttered in the wind in the sea of fire, and finally fell into the sea of fire and was burned to ashes. The fall of the flag represents the defeat of Conti and his gang. On the beach on the edge of the island, corpses are scattered everywhere. The water on the coastline has been stained red with blood. Charlotte Connie lay on her back in a large pit, bruised and bruised, her fists twisted. There's a hole in his chest that runs through his chest and back, and his heart has been punctured. This is the fatal wound, which is penetrated by the ability of Alpha's Mercury Fruit. One-hit kill. With Connie's defeat and death, all the members of the Big Mom Pirate Station on the island were also defeated and were finally killed by the Mercury Sea Pirates. Keyenes' way of doing things is to cut the weeds without leaving any alive ones. This habit of his is now regarded as a classic by his subordinates. The pirate group and army under him are fighting outside, and as long as the enemy does not surrender, they will cut the grass and roots. Therefore, the forces that were defeated under the army of the Karo Empire were often annihilated and had no survivors. This is also one of the reasons why the Karo Empire is so frightening. On the island of Guys, Alpha led the members of the pirate group to clean the battlefield and remove the corpses. A unicorn flag was planted on the highest point of the island, fluttering in the wind, and another island was added to the territory of the Karo Empire. At the same time, Katakuri, who is in the core of the Wangwa Sea, has already boiling with killing intent. The phone bug in his hand had been crushed into a pile of minced meat by him at some point in time. At the beginning of the battle, Connie had already ordered his subordinates to ask for help, and Katakuri also received the news immediately. It's just that the battle ended too quickly, and within half an hour, the call between Guys and the island was cut off, and there was no time for him to organize reinforcements. The call was cut off, and Katakuri naturally understood what that meant. The feeling of knowing that his brother was in danger, but unable to rescue him, almost drove Katakuri to madness. Boom! Suddenly, the door of a room was slammed open, and Charlotte Owen broke in. "It's not good, Brother Katakuri Connie." Before Owen could finish speaking, he had already noticed Katakuri's gloomy expression. "You knew already?" Owen asked. "Ah, I see," Katakuri said in a low voice. "Connie originally asked me for help, but he was too far away, and I didn't have time to send reinforcements." "Who is the murderer?" Owen asked in a low voice. He learned about Connie's death through his life card, so he didn't know who the murderer was. "It's Alpha, captain of the Quicksilver Pirates under Keyenes," Katakuri said in a low voice. "Keyenes' turf expansion has finally spread to our turf. This time, it was the Mercury Pirates led by Alpha that captured the island of Guys. Damn bastard. How dare you hurt my family? I can't spare him." Owen's whole body was hot, turning red and hot, emitting bursts of heat. Charlotte Owen is Ant's fourth son, Paramecia, who is a hot fruit capable, and is exactly opposite to the cold fruit of Sacco, the captain of the low-temperature pirates under Keyenes. Brother Katakuri, this matter can't be left alone, Owen said in a low voice. Killing Conti and occupying the territory of our Bigman pirates is a challenge to the Bigman pirates and a signal to start a war. We must take action, otherwise the majesty of the Bigman pirates will be laughed at. I know, but this is not something I can call the shots. I have to tell my mother. Of course, Katakuri would also like to avenge Conti, but when it comes to killing the tyrant Keyenes, it's not something he can handle. If the enemy is just an alpha, Katakuri certainly doesn't care. With his strength, he could easily kill Alpha to avenge Conti. But this time Alpha's action was clearly ordered by Keyenes. If you shoot at Alpha, it will definitely lead to Keyenes behind him. At that time, it is likely to cause a full-scale war between the Bigman pirates and Emperor Karo. Although he didn't want to admit it, Katakuri had to admit that the strength of the Karo Empire was indeed superior to that of the Bigman pirates. If war breaks out, the Bigman pirates have little chance of winning. Katakuri had previously warned the brothers and sisters not to have friction with the Kalo Empire, just not wanting to go to war with the Kalo Empire. However, things didn't go as he wished. In this sea, some things cannot be avoided. Katakuri is afraid of Keyenes, so he doesn't want to provoke the Karo Empire. But Keyenes didn't care about Big Mom, so he ordered Alpha to go to war. The strength is enough. Hit whoever you want and kill whoever you want. In this sea, after all, strength has the final say. Tell your mother about it, Katakuri said with a sigh. I see. Owen apparently knew Katakuri's concerns. However, now nothing can stop it. Keyenes has officially declared war with the Bigman pirates, and if they do nothing, they will become the laughingstock of the sea. The name of the Bigman pirates will also lose its intimidating power. Making up their minds, Katakuri and Owen went to the palace in the center of Weed Island. Before long, a harsh roar came from inside the palace. Keyenes, damn brat! I can't spare you! Inside the palace, the four emperors' aunt was furious, and her expression was extremely hideous. With her screaming and roaring, an invisible shock wave roared out, setting off a violent gust of wind. The walls and ground inside the palace were shaken out of cracks, forming cobwebs. What makes Big Mom so angry is not that Keyenes' men killed her son, but that she has lost face by taking her island without fear. Katakuri, after the aunt stopped roaring, she suddenly let out a cold drink. I'm here, Mom. Katakuri responded respectfully. Notify my subordinates. The war is about to begin. Damn Keyenes, I will show you my strength this time. Whatever you say, Mom. I'll go back and prepare right away. Katakuri can only abide by the orders of his mother, and does not even have the qualifications to raise objections. Although they are actually the biological children of the aunt does not care about any blood connection. Sometimes the lives of her own children are not even worth a piece of cake. Following Ant's order, the entire waters of the 10,000 kingdoms immediately began to riot, and all the troops on the 34 islands began to gather. And Keyenes, who was far away in the kingdom of Karo, also immediately received the news that Alpha had captured the island of Guys. You did very well. Inside the Carlo Emperor's palace, Keyenes spoke into the phone. Then, Captain Keyenes, what are we going to do next? Alpha's voice came from the opposite side. Apparently, Alpha also knew the consequences of killing Charlotte Conti. The four Emperor's Bigman pirates are not something he can afford. You exit first. Don't stay on the island of Guys. That old woman is likely to send the vanguard to attack you. You can't bear it. Yes, I will act immediately. Alpha agreed to Keyenes' order without thinking. Hanging up the phone bug, a sneer appeared on the corner of Keyenes' mouth. The fun is about to start. Why, Captain, are we going to fight the Bigman pirates? Badgers waved his nose, looking eager to try. I've been idle long enough recently, and I've wanted to fight for a long time. Shiryu of the Rain bit his cigar, the famous knife Thunderstorm in his hand, emitting a trace of blood. Yeah, there's going to be a war, Keyenes said coldly. With the expansion of the Karo Empire, it is to be expected to meet the New World Four Emperors. The Bigmom Pirates and the Karo Empire are closest to each other, plus the feud between Big Mom and Keyenes, so they were naturally chosen as the first target. Where's Kazan? Where is he? In the Carlo Empire Kingdom, Keyenes asked coldly. That guy's been wandering the sea. Who knows where he's gone? Enel said with a sneer. Although Aokiji also joined Keyenes' subordinates, he has only been to the Karo Empire once or twice, and his relationship with the cadres under Keyenes' subordinates is not very good. Although Aokiji quit Marine, he became Marine Admiral after all. And the core cadres under Keyenes are a group of criminals who offer rewards of hundreds of millions, but billions, and they are not born together. Keyenes took out his phone and dialed a number. After a while, the other side was connected. Alalala, Keyenes? What's the matter with me? Hearing the voice was confused. It was obvious that Ching Xiong was sleeping just now and was woken up by the phone. We're going to fight the Bigmom Pirates soon. Come back soon. Keyenes didn't cut corners and said the results directly. If this was a battle with naval headquarters, Aokiji doesn't want to participate because of old love. But this time, it was a battle with the Bigmom Pirates, and Aokiji had no reason to refuse. Alalala, it's really going to be frustrating. Ching Xiong complained a little, but still agreed, I'll be right back. Okay, that's it. With that, Keyenes hung up the phone bug. Ah, is that lazy guy actually going to fight? Enel sneered, as did Shiryu, Badgers, and others. In fact, at the beginning, Enel and the others didn't think that Aokiji and them were the same. Although he has now taken refuge with Keyenes, his real purpose is definitely not simple. For a long time, they suspected Aokiji as a spy, so they were always wary of him. It doesn't matter what Ching Xiong wants to do or what purpose he has. Keyenes said calmly, you just need to know that now he is serving for the kingdom of Karo Empire. Such a powerful fighting force is useless. Even if Aokiji does something wrong in the future, I can't suppress him. Okay, you all go down and gather your troops. It's about to go to war. Keyenes ordered. This time we must completely destroy that old woman in Bigmom. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, and then all exited the Hentang Sky Garden. At this moment, the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! Host triggers the Imperial battle mission. It has been detected that the Karo Empire Kingdom led by Host is about to start a war with the Bigmom Pirates. Please, Host, defeat the Bigmom Pirates and win the Imperial battle. Quest reward: kill 2 puppets and 1 top devil fruit. After Keyenes gave the order, the troops within the kingdom quickly assembled. The Kingdom Guards, Pirates, Clone Army, Evolutionary Army, and Ability Army have a total of 100,000 troops. The gathering point of the army is still on the island of Linsa. Since the battle with naval headquarters, the island of Linsa has been the focal point of the Great Battle. Said to be an island, in fact, it is more like a battleship. Every time a war broke out, all the troops were assembled on the island of Linsa and finally taken away by Keyenes. On the tower in the center of Linsa Island, Keyenes stood with his hands behind his back, and at his feet were 100,000 troops with high fighting spirit. In addition, there are core cadres such as Bullet, Ching Xiong, Enel, Shiryu of the Rain, Edward Will, Marco, Badgers, and Cavendish. After the last battle with naval headquarters, everyone's fighting spirit was even higher this time, and no one thought they would lose. They even defeated naval headquarters, let alone a Bigmom pirate group. Whether it is the platoon coach fighting against Admiral or fighting against the army, the Kingdom of Karo is above the Bigmom Pirates. Children, it's time for a war. This war, we must completely defeat the Bigmom Pirates. Keyenes gave an order, and the army of 100,000 roared wildly. At the same time, the entire Linsa Island began to slowly lift into the sky, finally breaking away from the shackles of the sea and rising into the sky. The big moves of the Karo Empire and the Bigmom Pirates cannot be concealed from others. When the two sides assembled their armies, major forces around the world received news. Naval headquarters, Marine Ford, Marine Large Conference Room. Since the defeat at the New World, Marine has relocated its headquarters to Marine Ford. At the same time, through the Second World Conscription, it took half a year to finally replenish the original force. It's just that Marine didn't recruit any talent that could rival Admiral this time around. Such combat power, even in a vast and boundless sea, there are not many people. It is already the limit that 2 people can be recruited in the First World Conscription, and it is impossible to have a second time. The large conference room of Marine was full of people. Kong sits in the lead, facing Marine Admiral Fujitora, Momosaji, and Marine Hero Garp. The green cow has to guard the Holy Land Mariehua, so it cannot come. Since Marine relocated Momosaji and Dolphins back to naval headquarters, the power responsible for guarding the Holy Land has waned. Admiral Green Bull has been guarding the Holy Land Mariehua since the day he took office. Everyone, you must already know the news, Kong said in a low voice. The CP agent lurking in New World sent back news that Keyenes is going to fight the Big Mom pirates. This is an unprecedented all-out war between the 4 emperors, not the petty fight between Redhead and Kaido a year and a half ago. During Summit War, the Red Hair Pirates and the Beast Pirates fought a battle. It's just that that time was only a small-scale war, and it didn't reach the point of life and death, and neither side made a deadly attack. But this time it was different, and all of the Marines here understood. If Keyenes is going to go to war, it will be a total war. With his vicious methods, there is no such thing as a petty fight. Once you make a move, it will definitely be your life and death, leaving no room for it. Commander, do you mean to take this opportunity to bring Marine back to the New World again? Admiral Fujitora asked in a low voice. Battles between the 4 emperors, naval headquarters fisherman prophet. This is the most common method used by Marine. For a long time, it was because of the existence of Marine that the 4 emperors did not dare to fight head-on. They were afraid that they would be taken advantage of by Marine because of their weakness after the war. What do you think, Fujitora? Kong looked at Fujitora and asked. As far as I can see, now is not the time. Fujitora shook his head. He struggled to open his eyes, but only revealed a pair of pure white pupils. Keyenes is not a person who can easily reveal his flaws. If he dares to fight with the Big Mom pirates, he must have absolute certainty of victory. From the point of view, the Big Mom pirates are no match for Keyenes, and they will definitely lose. Marine has no chance this time. Fujitora's remarks were a little boasting about the enemy and belittling himself, but many Marines in the conference room did not refute. Hard to admit it, but Keyenes really terrified the Marines. Not even the naval headquarters, with its elite Akenu, Sengoku, Garp, Fujitora, and 100,000 Marines, was Keyenes. How can a Big Mom pirate group compete with Keyenes? I also agrees with Fujitora. Marine Hero Garp said in a deep voice. Now Marine should still focus on accumulating strength and restoring strength. If there is no absolute certainty, don't make contact with Keyenes lightly. Marine can't take any more losses air. With so many people present, only Garp can call Kong by his real name. Speaking of hatred, Garp also has extreme hatred for Keyenes. Sengoku and his decades-old comrade-in-arms were killed by Keyenes to save him. Garp never wants to kill Keyenes to avenge Sengoku. However, the current Marine was saved by Sengoku with his life, and he can no longer afford any loss. If you rush into a second war with Keyenes, if you lose, Marine will never have a chance. At that time, Sengoku's sacrifice will become meaningless, and even the world will be turbulent and completely plunged into full-scale riots. Marine's meeting lasted all day and ended up being over. In the end, Marine was afraid of Keyenes' power and dared not enter the New World easily. New World, Keys Island. Katakuri took a team of pirates to the island, only to see the ruins and unicorn flags that had been fluttering in the wind. Lord Katakuri, there is no trace of the Mercury pirates on the island. They all evacuated. A pirate came behind Katakuri and reported respectfully. After some searching, they found no enemy on the island. Cunning fellow, have you run away? Katakuri's eyes were sharp, and a trace of blood flashed. Then a shadow shot out from Katakuri's fingertips. It was a jelly bean. The jelly bean flashed, directly breaking the unicorn flag of the tower. In the hands of Katakuri, A jelly bean is much stronger than a bullet, and it can easily penetrate steel. Without finding any trace of the Mercury pirates, Katakuri could not avenge Connie, which made Katakuri angry. He took out the phone bug from his arms and connected Big Mom. "Hey, Mom, the Mercury pirates have run away, and there's no one on Geese," Katakuri said respectfully. The Big Mom pirates sent troops this time, and the main force was still behind, and Katakuri led only the forward. "Got it. 15 is waiting for the old lady there. That kid from Keyenes will definitely come." The ant's voice was still harsh, with anger and killing intent in it. A day later, the big force of the Big Mom pirates finally arrived. The ant went out in person, leading her children and the affiliated pirate group, with a total of tens of thousands of people. Coupled with the chess soldiers created by Auntie with the soul fruit ability, the total strength exceeds 100,000. 100,000 troops were stationed on the island of Guys, and Big Mom did not move forward. She had received word that Keyenes was heading here. New world, above the clouds in the sky. The island of Rinsa is like a sky warship, flying at a very high speed. Along the way, the white clouds were torn apart, and the vast sea was unobstructed. In the end, the island of Linsa reached the sky over the Isle of Guys. A huge island fell from the sky, and the pirate station on the island of Guys immediately noticed the arrival of a powerful enemy. "Mom, Keyenes has come." Katakuri immediately went to the center of the island to report to Big Mom. At this moment, Big Mom is gobbling down and eating. Hearing Keyenes coming, he crushed a piece of cake to pieces. Well, is it finally here? That arrogant kid." The ant's expression was distorted, revealing an extremely ferocious and terrifying smile. "I haven't seen that old woman for a long time. Let's say hello." On Keyenes smiled nonchalantly. Then he raised his hand, and the fingertips shot out the black hole laser ray, which penetrated the clouds in the sky and shot out into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and hundreds of small suns appeared. That's hundreds of meteorites burning with flames. Now Keyenes' fierce name is inseparable from the meteorite falling from the sky. In every fierce battle, Keyenes will use the meteor as the declaration of war. Hundreds of meteorites fell from the sky and smashed towards Guy's Island at an extremely terrifying speed. The entire island is within the impact range of the meteorite, and there is no corner to dodge. Everyone pay attention. The meteorite is coming. Katakuri's face was solemn, and he immediately shot, throwing the trident in his hand. The trident was pitch black, covering armament hockey, turned into a streamer and shot into the sky, immediately pierced through a meteorite and shattered it into pieces. At the same time, the rest of the Big Mom pirates also took action. Some used swords, some used power, and some even used fists directly. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions resounded endlessly, and hundreds of meteorites were all shattered. The entire Guy's Island was bombarded with meteorite wreckage, becoming devastated, and endless fires began to spread. Although the main force of the Big Mom pirates did not suffer much loss, the weak chess soldiers were killed by meteor wreckage and fire. Boom! The sea trembled for a while, and the island of Rinsa in the sky finally landed and was connected to the island of Geese. Afterwards, countless soldiers and pirates rushed out from the island of Rinsa and landed on the island of Geese. The two sides faced off on the island, and the battle was about to break out. "Where are you?" "Keyenes, get out of here." Four emperors walked to the front of the army, but did not find Keyenes, and immediately let out a roar. The harsh sound formed a wave of sound waves, like a tsunami, hitting the army of the Kalo Empire, causing them to have a splitting headache. This is the four emperors. Just a roar is enough to fight against 100,000 troops. Del. At this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly sounded. The fire dragon Leviathan fell from the sky and landed in front of the two armies. The Leviathan's roar washed away Big Mom's noise, and the 100,000 troops breathed a sigh of relief. Then, one after another figure jumped down from behind the fire dragon Leviathan. Former Marine Admiral Akiji, descendant of the devil bullet Thor Enel, Phoenix Marco, Rain Shiryu, Whitebeard II Weibel, and a group of core cadres. Not only that, with the sound of heavy footsteps, the giant that Ant Mom wanted the most came from behind the army, headed by the electric giant Halding and the Tyrannosaurus giant Bog. Seeing such a strong lineup, the faces of Katakuri and his party became very solemn, and a heart sank. Both Akiji and Bullet are proper Admiral-level combat power. On their side, only Big Mom can handle it. The rest of the desserts will star and can barely hold them back. Not to mention that in addition to Akiji and Bullet, there are also Enel and Weibel. The strength of these four people is not weaker than Dessert Jiangxing. The core combat power of the Keyenes side has far surpassed that of the Big Mom pirates. Keyenes stood on top of the dragon Leviathan, looked at the ant under his feet, and smiled indifferently. Long time no see. Big Mom, are you here to die today? Keyenes did not hide his disdain for Big Mom in the slightest, and the condescending haki was like a substance, clearly visible. Arrogant brat, what are you talking about? If you want to kill the old lady, you are still a long way. The ant smiled disdainfully and immediately gave the order. Follow my orders, everyone attack together, and kill all of his subordinates. As soon as the voice fell, Katakuri suddenly turned into an afterimage and shot out. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and a wave of air erupted. Behind him, desserts like Charlotte Cracker, Charlotte Smoothie, and Charlotte Snugger 673 will follow. Naturally, Keyenes' men were no less willing. Enel grinned grimly, turned into a flash of lightning, and disappeared into the battlefield, and immediately collided with Katakuri. Weibel grabbed the Naginata and slashed down, directly shattering the space and creating an earthquake shockwave. The shockwave was blocked by Cracker after flying hundreds of pirates. Shiryu of the Rain is blocked by Charlotte Smoothie, and Marco was on Charlotte Snag. Dessert 4 stars against the strongest 4 in the Carlo Empire. The lineup is just right. The war started only a split second, and the two sides had already fallen into a state of violent slaughter. The artillery fire roared, the gunshots continued, the sword light was vertical and horizontal, and the sword chi flew. But in the blink of an eye, a large number of corpses appeared on the ground. However, the battle situation soon showed the difference between strong and weak. The troops under Keyenes' command are stronger than the Big Mom pirates in terms of both the combat power and the number of core cadres. The individual combat power of the pirates of the Karo Empire's army is also stronger than that of the pirates of the Big Mom pirates. When the pirates of the Big Mom pirates encountered Keyenes' evolutionaries and ability troops, they couldn't stop them, and they collapsed at the touch of a button. The chess soldiers made by Big Mom are like cannon fodder. It seems that your subordinates are not very good, Big Mom. Keyenes stood on top of the dragon Leviathan and sneered. I haven't made a move here yet. Next to Keyenes, neither Akiji nor Bullet made a shot. On the other hand, Big Mom, she is the only one, and there is no helper at all. Only Keyenes can deal with him, not to mention Qingxiong and Bullet. The ant obviously also noticed the gap between the troops and the combat power, and her face became extremely ugly. Stop talking nonsense. Take a knife, you bastard. The ant held a machete napul and slashed with the knife, and a cylindrical slash roared out, lashing towards Keyenes. Wherever the slash went, the large rock formation was melted into magma, and everyone along the way, no matter where they were all torn apart by the slash, leaving no bones. Humph, arrogant old woman. With a low smile, Bullet jumped up in front of Keyenes and threw a punch. The fist hits an invisible shock wave, hits a cylindrical slash, and directly defeats the slash. Akiji also shot at this time, and after leaving a pile of crushed ice in place, the person has disappeared. He teleported to the top of the ant's head, created a tsunami of ice, and hit the ant's body head-on. When one move fell, the ant was directly frozen in a huge piece of ice. Mom! Seeing that Annie was frozen, Katakuri and the others were shocked. Katakuri's bad premonition came true. Facing Keyenes, Bullet, and Akiji, Big Mom's odds of winning are less than 1%. Suddenly, a burst of ice cracking sounded. Click! Click, click. I saw that the frozen surface of the frozen ant was suddenly covered with cracks and finally burst with a bang. Ant got out of the ice, raised her hand, and grabbed Fire Cloud Prometheus in her hand. "Ah la la la, what a monster!" Akiji said playfully. The next moment, the whole person was swept away by the flames spit out by Prometheus and burned directly into nothingness. Akiji certainly won't die so easily. I saw the center of the battlefield. The air and water vapor condensed into ice and finally formed a human shape. Qingxiong regained his entity. He was unscathed and still relaxed. "Damn it, you bastard kid. Don't be your fucking admiral and come here to become Kane's lackey." The ant was furious. She grabbed the thundercloud Zeus and slashed out a giant lightning bolt, which flew towards Akiji. Such an attack, of course, Akiji easily dodged. At this time, Bullet had already appeared in front of Big Mom. "Long time no see, old lady. Haven't you forgotten me?" Bullet gave a deep smile, and the huge fist had already hit the ant's head. The ant naturally knew Bullet, and while she laughed piercingly, she also fought back with her fists. Boom! The fists collided, and a powerful shock wave broke out to sweep the quartet. Bullet was kicked back by Big Mom, flipped a few somersaults in midair, and fell back to the ground. Well, you're still a long way off, Bullet." Big Mom reneged wildly. "Cut, arrogant old woman. Lousy hasn't done his best yet." Bullet was about to shoot when he heard Kane's voice. "Bullet, Kazan, go and deal with the others. This old woman, leave it to me." Kanes didn't want to waste any more time. Although Bullet and Kuzan teamed up, they can also compete with Big Mom. But their battle will last for a long time, and there will be no winner or loser in a short time. If the time drags on for too long, the soldiers under him will also suffer losses, which is too wasteful. Since the battle can be quickly resolved, naturally there is no need for unnecessary consumption. I have no opinion. Kuzan scratched his head, turned, and walked towards the center of the battlefield. Bullet, on the other hand, is a little unfinished. He really wanted to have a hearty fight with Annie. Such an opponent was rare. Only by fighting desperately against an opponent like Big Mom can we make a breakthrough in strength. But he couldn't defy Kane's orders. On the battlefield, Kane's orders are absolute, and no one dares to disobey his orders. "I see." The voice fell, and Bullet turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Then, in the center of the battlefield, an airburst suddenly occurred at a gathering place for members of the Big Mom Pirates. Bullet appeared out of thin air, and a punch fell, directly knocking all the pirates around. When they landed, their tendons were broken and their internal organs shattered and died. Kanes flew up from the head of the dragon Leviathan, suspended in front of the ant, and slowly pulled out the black sword Chioshui from his waist. "Old woman, you will die here today, and I will send you to hell immediately." "Well, you should keep the arrogant words to yourself." "Who will die? Let's see." As soon as the voice fell, the machete in the ant's hand became larger again, and at the same time, the fire cloud Prometheus was wrapped around the machete, and the two merged together to form a long, flaming knife. Powerful country! The ant took the lead, digging up the machete and slashing down. The moment the slash fell, the space twisted and trembled, setting off a violent gust of wind. Before the slash was close, the murderous aura had already swept in. Kanes crossed the sword in front, slashed with all his strength, and also fought back with sword energy. Devouring knife to kill life. A round of slashes roared out, and they met directly with Big Mom's slashes. Boom! The slashes of the two collided, and the ground beneath their feet cracked inch by inch. Invisible air waves rose into the sky, directly tearing the clouds in the sky. A huge crack appeared in the sky, as if the sky was split in half. The two people's conquerors' fields collided with each other, and countless black and red lightnings swept across the junction, smashing the hard rocks into powder. In the end, the two's conquerors' hockey turned into a shock wave and rushed in all directions, shattering the rocks and ground along the way. Shocked by conquerors, countless pirates lost consciousness, their eyes rolled and fell to the ground. Everyone stand back and stay away from Captain Keyenes. Enel roared in the sky, reminding those around to retreat. The same is true for Katakuri, who ordered the Big Mom pirates to quickly evacuate the battle site of the two. The battle between Keyenes and Big Mom is too terrifying. As long as they are involved, they will surely die, and even the intact body will not be left behind. Is that all you have? Keyenes smiled grimly, with disdain on his face, his right hand holding the knife suddenly gaining strength. I saw a flash of sword light, and the conqueror's field around Auntie suddenly shattered. A half-moon-shaped black slash roared out, hitting the ant's chest and slashing her for thousands of meters. The ground was torn apart along the way, leaving a huge ravine that was 1,000 meters long. The ant did not know how many high-rise buildings were broken and finally buried in the rubble. Mother! Katakuri and the others turned pale in shock, exclaiming and roaring. The eyes are more panic to believe. Keyenes are strong. They've known it for a long time. Katakuri also has a bit of speculation that Big Mom is not a match for Keyenes. It's just that Big Mom and Keyenes were cut off with just one move, but it went beyond everyone's expectations. Keyenes was simply too strong, as if he wasn't a human at all. Boom! The wreckage of the ruins burst, and the ant jumped out of the ruins and fell back to the battlefield. Everyone saw that the so-called steel balloon ant was injured. There was a huge wound on his chest, and blood kept pouring out like running water. Well, it hurts, Keyenes. The ant laughed wildly. Her eyes were red, and she was already on the verge of going berserk. How many years have I been injured? 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years, even I forgot. Keyenes, my mother will never let you go so easily. I saw a spooky and terrifying aura burst out from the ant, covering all the pirates around. The hearts of those pirates poured out endless fear tools, and then their lifespan turned into substance and flew out of the body. When the ant raised her hand and grabbed it, she grabbed everyone's lifespan in her hand and inhaled it into her body. Boom! An extremely eerie and terrifying aura erupted from the ant's body, covering all the pirates around, which is a deterrent to the soul. The hearts of those pirates poured out endless fear tools, and then their lifespan turned into substance and flew out of the body. When the ant raised her hand and grabbed it, she grabbed everyone's lifespan in her hand and then inhaled it into her body. Those who were sucked out of their lives fell directly to the ground and died. After absorbing hundreds of years of life at one time, the wound on Ant's chest no longer bleeds, and the granulation at the wound starts to heal quickly. This is the power of the paramecia soul fruit, which can heal itself by absorbing the lifespan of others. It's just that the lifespan consumed and the degree of healing are not equal. Just like Annie this time, it took hundreds of years of life to barely heal the scars that Keyenes left her. Well, your tricks won't work for me, Keyenes. The ant laughed ferociously, and then her breath instantly soared, making the impact even more terrifying. Keyenes knew that now Big Mom was consuming her own life. Absorbing and consuming other people's lifespan can heal wounds, while consuming one's own lifespan can increase combat effectiveness. Because it is the ability of the capable person itself, the lifespan can be fully exerted, so the effect is obvious. Wagwa! With the slashing of the ant, the cylindrical slash instantly penetrated the entire island and flew thousands of meters overseas. The calm sea was directly split, and the intense high temperature carried by the slashing caused the seawater to evaporate, forming a cloud of water vapor. I don't know how many people are dead here. Kane appeared in the sky and stood in the air. Obviously, he dodged the blow just now. Don't run away, darn little brat. I've consumed a year of my mother's life, but I won't let you escape. Big Mom flew up into the sky on a thundercloud Zeus, blazing towards Keyenes. Keyenes was expressionless, armament hockey, surging out of his body, covering the blade. Then, the blade cut through the sky and fell gently. Swallowing knife, dust slash. At the moment when the slash fell, time seemed to slow down. Everything around became extremely quiet, and all the sounds of fighting and killing on the battlefield disappeared. Pin! A knife fell, blood spurted wildly. A corner of the coastline of Guy's Island was cut off and crashed into the sea. The Four Emperor's aunt was injured again, and the fat on her chest was cut open, exposing the bones. The thundercloud Zeus at her feet let out a shrill scream and was directly divided into two, with an expression of extreme pain on her humanoid face. However, the effect of the slash was not over yet. The phagocytic ability of the black hole fruit burst out one after another and began to devour Zeus's body, and finally devoured it. Without thundercloud Zeus, Annie fell directly from the sky and smashed the island into a huge pothole. Mom, how are you? Katakuri's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly ran towards the pothole. It's just that he was just beaten back by Enel as soon as he took a few steps. Don't even think about leaving, you goddamn rice cake bastard. This god hasn't had enough fun yet. Enel appeared in front of Katakuri and had activated Thor mode. The huge thunder god's body unleashed endless furious thunder, and at every turn, thousands of thunders erupted, and the situation changed. The other sweet generals couldn't rush to support either. The weakest of the desert stars, Charlotte Snugger, has been defeated by Bullet, and Charlotte Craigframe has also been frozen half of her body by Akiji. The only female desert star, Charlotte Smoothie, was also injured by Shiryu of the Rain. It can be said that the Big Mom Pirates have already begun a complete rout. Above the sky, Keyenes grabbed with a big hand, and a powerful black hole gravitational force erupted. The ant at the bottom of the pothole was directly caught by him. I saw the ant's hair was disheveled. Blood was dripping all over her body, and she looked extremely embarrassed. Keyenes smiled nonchalantly. You want to deal with me with only 1 year of life? Are you looking down on me too much? As soon as the words fell, Keyenes swung his sword and slashed, and another slash of dust smashed out of the air. Big Mom has a knife in both hands, armed with Conqueror's Haki, all covering the blade that takes it. Pin! Extremely shocking, a powerful shock wave erupted. The slash smashed into pieces, turning into countless tiny pieces of blade air, which were scattered and shot in all directions. I saw a gust of wind blowing, and hundreds of pirates were full of blood. Keyenes flickered and disappeared, teleported to the Four Emperor's aunt, and slashed down with a knife. The black knife in Keyenes' hand is already black and shiny, and the Conqueror's Haki is wrapped around the periphery, making the blade look blood red. Swallowing sword, red dragon, slash. A knife fell, the space twisted and exploded, and the knife chi rolled wildly to form a roaring red dragon. Qilong took a bite and directly knocked Annie flying. I saw the half-truncated blade rising into the sky and slowly spinning in the sky. A shrill scream followed. It was two people who screamed. One was a long knife to force it, its tough blade cut in half directly by Keyenes. The other is Aunt Four Emperors. Keyenes' knife hit her directly in the chest, breaking her absolute defense once again. The two wounds crossed together to form a cross, and the blood gushed out like a fountain. The ant was directly driven into the ground, and the strong impact shattered the island. Countless cracks spread everywhere, causing countless pirates to fall into the cracks and die. Big Mom, you are dead today. Keyenes chased after the victory, and once again used the black hole's gravity to pull it into the sky. Today's Annie is like a puppet in Keyenes' hands, letting it be manipulated without turning over. Damn brat! The ant was furious and let out a roar, not just because of being seriously injured by Keyenes, but also because of the sense of crisis that could be fatal. At this time, the ant has to admit that Keyenes is very strong, even stronger than her. Keyenes not only has the power to seriously injure her, but even kill her completely. She is now facing a life-and-death crisis, and if she is not careful, she may be killed. I won't die so easily. Big Mom's screams spread throughout the island, and the Conqueror's Haki carried and it caused countless pirates to lose consciousness. Keyenes slashed down with a knife, and the slash shot out but was shattered by Big Mom's punch. I saw that the ant's appearance changed greatly, and the originally fat body became very slender and slender. Not only that, but the 2 wounds on her body have also healed. It's just that after the change, the ant's breath was very fast and disordered, and the sweat on her body spurted out like running water. The skin all over her body became extremely dry and scarred, as if she had aged decades. "Did you use up your life again?" Keynes sneered. Of course, he could see that the ant must have consumed her lifespan again in order to heal the wound and make her combat power skyrocket again. It's just that the change is so big this time that the lifespan consumed will not be a mere year or 2, at least 10 years, or even 20 years. "Keynes, I will definitely kill you today. You forced the old lady to consume 20 years of life. I must drain the life of you and all your subordinates to make up for it." Chack. As soon as the voice fell, the ant disappeared instantly, appeared in front of Keynes out of thin air, and the huge fist crashed. Keynes crossed the knife forward, blocking his fist. A powerful shock wave erupted, but Keynes didn't move. "You're a little too proud. Old lady, I'm not serious yet." In the previous battle, Keynes only played 80% of his combat power, and he didn't use his full strength at all. Devouring sword and shadow killing. Keynes swung the knife to force Annie back, then swung the knife down and shot thousands of knife chi instantly. Obviously, only one knife was fired, but there were thousands of knife chi bursting out of the air. Devouring sword and shadow killing. Keynes swung the knife down and shot thousands of knife energy instantly. Obviously, only one knife was fired, but there were thousands of knife chi bursting out of the air. The ant was hit by thousands of knives, and she was directly shot down into the sky. With her back shot, countless bloody arrows shot out, making Auntie instantly become a bloody man. With her life-enhancing defense and hockey, she can't stop Keynes' slash. Seeing that Big Mom was hurt, Keynes chased after the victory and used his ultimate move again. I saw an incomparably terrifying aura released around Keynes, and the endless armament hockey conqueror's hockey surged out, covering the whole body, and finally wrapped around the black sword Autumn Water. Red Dragon Shadow / reverse kill. A knife fell, and the knife chi attacked wildly, forming a huge and incomparable red dragon. The giant dragon roared furiously, cut through the sky, and bit towards the ant. The ant supported her severely injured body, covered her whole body with armament hockey to defend herself, and slashed at the giant dragon with her fist. In the end, the two faced each other with their tricks, forming one black and one red 2 ultimate move fields. Endless shock waves roared out, sweeping the quartet, blowing away countless pirates on the battlefield, life and death unknown. The giant dragon slashed the beard and fluttered, and the fangs were ferocious like a living thing. The 4 Emperor's ant gritted her teeth and struggled, but her body was involuntarily forced back by the giant force, leaving 2 ravines with her feet plowing the ground. Roar! With a roar of dragon roar, Ant's ultimate move domain shattered, and a sense of powerlessness flooded into my heart. The next moment, the giant dragon slashed and opened its big mouth, swallowing the ant in one bite. After the giant dragon slashed and swallowed the ant, it continued to move forward, rampaging all the way, opening everything, destroying it together, and finally running through the entire guy's island, rushing to the end of the island. Wherever the slash passed, everything was destroyed, and even the mountains were penetrated 7. The ant was buried by the broken ruins of the 8th mountain, and her life and death are unknown. The entire guy's island fell into a dead silence, and the fierce battle stopped at this moment. All looked at the Keyenes suspended in the sky and the far-flung, smoky ruins. They knew that the battle was drawing to a close. Above the sky, Keyenes narrowed his eyes slightly, his figure flashed, and it turned into a black hole laser burst. In the blink of an eye, Keyenes was directly at the end of the island, and the 4 Emperor's ant was buried in the ruins under his feet. Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed it, and the ruins burst open, shooting out a black shadow, which was the 4 Emperor's ant. At this moment, the ant's whole body is twisted, The body has been deformed, and all the bones and internal organs have been seriously injured. Not only that, but the tough skin of her so-called steel balloon has been bruised all over by Keyenes, and the blood keeps pouring out, which has dyed it into a blood man. Ant's breath is weak to the lowest point, and the fire of life may be extinguished at any time. She can still be alive at this moment, thanks to the increase in her burning lifespan and her natural monster physique. Otherwise, she would have died like Admiral Kazura long ago. "It's over, old lady." Keyenes grabbed it with a big hand, and the black hole's gravitational force pulled the ant to the front, then raised the black knife and fell suddenly. Pin! The sword light flashed, time was dislocated, and space was distorted. A huge head rose into the sky, and then a column of blood spurted out. The ant's eyes were still filled with hatred and anger, but the scene in her eyes had begun to hang upside down quickly, and then plunged into endless darkness. So far, the famous legendary Great Pirate, the only female for Emperor's Big Mom, died in battle, at the hands of murderous tyrant John Keyenes. At the moment when Big Mom was killed, all the chess soldiers on the island of Guys lost their vitality and fell to the ground and turned into a pile of junk. In the sea of 10,000 nations, countless Hormeyes lost their lives at the same time, and all recovered to their original appearance. The members of the Big Mom Pirates looked at everything around them and fell into despair. Hormeyes was created by the ant with the soul fruit and is closely connected with her. Now that Ms. is all dead, it means that the soul fruit ability has disappeared and the ant has fallen. No, it's impossible. Mom is the strongest pirate. Is it fake? It must be fake. I don't believe it. It must be a lie. The Big Mom Pirates have gone crazy, especially the Charlotte family. Charlotte Irving, Charlotte Perispero, and Charlotte Smoothie all are incredible. Big Mom is the core of the existence of the Big Mom Pirates. Once she dies, the Big Mom Pirates will cease to exist. Moreover, they're still on the battlefield against the 4 Emperors Keyenes. Without Big Mom, who can fight that monster? They are already at a disadvantage and are struggling to support. Now that even Big Mom is dead, are they still alive? Run! Big Mom is dead. I don't know where a terrified scream came from, and the captain of a subsidiary pirate group under the Big Mom Pirate Group took the lead and started to escape. With the first, there will soon be the second. Panic spread like a virus, instantly infecting all members of the Big Mom Pirates. Countless pirates turned into birds and beasts and fled in all directions. This is the tree fallen monkey, Sun San. Boom! Suddenly, thunder exploded in the sky, and countless thunders fell from the sky, hitting the fleeing pirates. A quick explosion sounded, and the edge of the island instantly ignited a raging fire, burning countless pirates to ashes. Yahaha! No one wants to escape from this island. Enel hovered in the sky, manipulating lightning and laughing loudly. The surrounding Weibel, Shiryu of the Rain, Badgers, Cavendish, and others also began to lead their troops to hunt down. Big Mom is dead. Keyenes has the final victory. The war is theirs. Now is the best chance to completely eliminate Big Mom. Cut grass without eradicating its roots. The spring breeze will regenerate. Their consistent practice is to kill them all, leaving no one behind. A ruthless slaughter broke out, and countless miserable mourning continued. The members of the Big Mom Pirates who lost their morale and fighting spirit were mercilessly slaughtered by the army of the Karo Empire. Countless figures fell, corpses covered the ground, and blood stained the islands and coasts. Brother Katakuri, what should we do? Charlotte Owen ran behind Katakuri and asked nervously. Big Mom is dead, and Katakuri is the last backbone of the Big Mom Pirates. All Charlotte family members are watching Katakuri, their last straw. However, in the face of the current situation, what can Katakuri do? His pupils flickered red, and he had already seen the picture of the future. Katakuri saw that countless members of the Big Mom Pirates were killed, and his siblings died one by one. And he was powerless. It's no use begging him, a bunch of idiots. Bullets' roars sounded, and a black shadow fell from the sky. The earth shattered inch by inch, and a powerful shock wave erupted. A large pothole was smashed into the location where Katakuri was, and Katakuri and Charlotte Owen were all sent flying by the shock wave, vomiting blood again and again. At the same time, Edward Weibel, Shiryu of the Rain, Marco, Badgers, and others also surrounded the Charlotte family. The sky is blocked by Enel again, and the thunder is ready to go. The entire Charlotte family has been faced with a desperate situation. There is no way to escape. As for Akiji, it was sitting on a pile of frozen pirate corpses. He had little interest in the final slaughter. Up to now, the defeat of the Big Mom pirates has been decided, and the destruction is just around the corner. With him and without him, the result is no different. Roar! At this moment, the roar of the fire dragon Leviathan sounded. Keyenes descended from the sky on a fire dragon and landed in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes fell on Keyenes' hand, and what he was holding in his hand was the head of the four emperors' Big Mom. Roar! The roar of the fire dragon Leviathan sounded. Keyenes descended from the sky on a fire dragon and landed in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes fell on Keyenes' hand, and what he was holding in his hand was the head of the four emperors' Big Mom. Keyenes threw at the feet of Katakuri and the others. Katakuri, are you still fighting to the death? Keyenes said indifferently. The Big Mom pirates have been defeated, and if they continue to fight, all the Charlotte family will die. Surrender. I can still leave you with your life. If Keyenes defeated the red hair pirates today, or the white beard pirates before, Keyenes would never have the idea of surrendering, because that is impossible. But the Big Mom pirates are different. Although Katakuri and others are the biological children of the ant, the relationship between them is not very deep. Ant has always believed that only blood relations can maintain a pirate group. So she gave birth to more than 100 children and established a huge Charlotte family. But in fact, what has always maintained the Big Mom pirates is not blood kinship, but violent suppression. In the Big Mom pirates, Big Mom is the supreme queen, and no one can resist her will. In the past, because the ant was mad, there were not a few children killed by her own hands. Her children are not loyal to the ant because she is a mother, but because they're afraid of her power, they have to be loyal to her. In the Charlotte family, there are many members who hate Big Mom. For example, the twin sisters Lola and Prestige, and Charlotte Praline, who married the vice captain of the Sun Pirates in the original book, betrayed Big Mom without hesitation. None of these people have any affection for Big Mom. Brother Katakuri, don't promise him. Charlotte Owen snapped. My mother died at his hands, and he destroyed the Big Mom pirates with his own hands. We can't surrender. We must take revenge. That's right. The Charlotte family has no cowards and wants us to surrender and dream. Charlotte Irving, Charlotte Daifuku, and others roared at Keyenes with murderous intent. But Keyenes didn't get angry, just smiled softly. Seeing this smile, Katakuri's face changed greatly. A red light lit up in his pupils, apparently seeing the next scene. Stop, Keyenes! Before Katakuri could finish speaking, Keyenes had already shot. With the palm of their hand, Charlotte Owen and Charlotte Daifuku directly turned into two cannonballs and shot them backwards, smashing a group of pirates behind them. The two of them spurted blood, their chests sunken, and they lost consciousness when they landed. This is armament hockey. If it wasn't for Keyenes' mercy, this blow would have killed them all. Although they are famously strong in the New World, they are as weak as ants in front of Keyenes. Any move can kill them in seconds. Stop, Keyenes, I agree. Katakuri hurriedly shouted. Don't hurt my family again. Katakuri clenched his fists tightly, trembling all over, and his eyes were blood red. In Katakuri's heart, only family is the most important thing. In the Big Mom pirates, when the ant was crazy, it was Katakuri who protected many brothers and sisters. Otherwise, more children will die at the hands of the ant. No, Brother Katakuri. He is the enemy who killed his mother. The seriously injured Charlotte Smoothie wanted to say something, but was forced back by a look from Katakuri. We have no choice. Katakuri turned back, looked at his brothers and sisters, and said sadly, if we fight again, all of us will die, and no one will be able to leave this island alive. Have you forgotten? Draeger and the others are still at home, waiting for us to go back. If we all die, what will Draeger and the others do? Of course, Katakuri is not a person who is afraid of death. If he is the only one, of course he is willing to fight Keyenes to the death. Even if he died in battle, he would not have the slightest fear. But there are dozens of siblings behind him, such as Charlotte Delage. The youngest is only 8 or 9 years old. In this war, because they were too young, they stayed in the Wanhai Kingdom and did not come out. If they all died in battle here, then the group of children who stayed in myriad kingdoms would be completely helpless. And the Big Mom pirates have many enemies. After they die, those enemies will definitely not let the group of young children go. Speaking of Keyenes in front of him, he was definitely the first to do it. Keyenes, who is known for his killing, doesn't care if it's a bunch of kids. Cutting grass and rooting, exterminating the family in bloodbath, is his consistent style. Katakuri's greatest wish was to protect his family, so he had to surrender, even at the expense of dignity and pride. After listening to Katakuri's words, everyone fell silent. They had to accept, and Katakuri had a point. If they all die, then all the younger brothers and sisters in all nations will die. The blood of the Charlotte family will be completely cut off. Keyenes, we are willing to surrender. Katakuri turned around, put down his trident, and knelt down in front of Keyenes. I just ask you to spare my family. No matter what you want me to do, I will do anything. Seeing Katakuri kneeling down, a group of people behind him gritted their teeth, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. It was helplessness and anger and powerlessness. Then, Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of a Charlotte family, also knelt at Keyenes' feet. One by one, all members of the Charlotte family dropped their dignity and pride and knelt before Keyenes. Your choice is wise, Keyenes said coldly. At least I'm different from Big Mom. I won't kill you casually. As long as you serve me faithfully, you can live happier than before. Of course, you can also kill me to avenge your mother. Keyenes smiled playfully. As long as any of you think you have the power, you can do it any time. Just think before you start. If any Charlotte family betrays me, all Charlotte family members are guilty, and everyone will die. Katakuri, all of your family will be handed over to you. Don't let them do anything stupid. Yes, I understand, Katakuri said respectfully. Okay, the war is over. Keyenes shot into the sky, and the sound rumbled across the island. All the members of the Big Mom pirates put down their weapons, and the soldiers of the Karo Empire are responsible for the unified collection. Bullet, Keyenes gave a cold drink. I am here. Bullet responded. You take people to the surrounding sea area and take over all the islands. Now that Big Mom is dead, her territory should naturally belong to the Kingdom of Karo. Keyenes ordered. Understood, I'll do it right away. Bullet twisted his neck and said, Katakuri, you take people to conquer the territory outside the world and change the flags of all the islands that originally belonged to the Big Mom pirates. This is your first mission. Don't let me down. Yes, I understand, Katakuri said in a deep voice. Katakuri understood that this was the first test given to him by Keyenes, and it was also a chance at 0.9 for him. After leaving Keith, Katakuri has two options. One is to follow Keyenes' orders and complete the mission. In this way, the Charlotte family has completely become a vassal of Keyenes. Second, after leaving the island, he immediately fled with his family, and then hid or joined other 4 emperors to seek protection. That way they wouldn't die, but it would rip up their previous pledge of allegiance to Keyenes and would completely anger Keyenes and be hunted down endlessly. The reason Keyenes asked Katakuri for this task was to see what he would do. If it is the former, then the Charlotte family can also be used. If it is the latter, the Charlotte family will be exterminated. After finishing the task, Keyenes returned to the Kingdom of Karo Empire with the remaining troops. Kalo Palace, Henteing Sky Garden. Keyenes poured a glass of red wine and sat alone on the throne. System, receive rewards. The voice fell, and the electronic sound of the system sounded. Ding! It was detected that the host defeated the Big Mom pirates and won the Imperial battle. He has completed the mission of the Imperial Battle and obtained 2 killing puppets and 1 top devil fruit. Defeating the Conquer Bullet, Keyenes gained a killing golem. Now, after killing Big Mom, destroying the Big Mom pirate group, he got 2 killing puppets and a top devil fruit. The reward barely doubled. When the electronic sound of the system ended, 2 tall and strong men appeared out of thin air in front of Keyenes, exactly the same as the magma puppet obtained before, as if they were cloned and mass-produced. At the same time, a devil fruit appeared in Keyenes' hands, which was the sole fruit of the 4 Emperors' Big Mom. A good devil fruit needs a strong user, otherwise it will not be able to exert its power. Just like the soul fruit, it is the most prominent example. The previous generation of the soul fruit was Carmelite. After obtaining the power of the soul fruit, she only used it to become a human trafficker, and she did not exert even 1/10,000th of the power of the soul fruit at all. After Big Mom obtained the power of the soul fruit, she used it to become the only female 4 emperors. Although part of the reason is because of her natural monster aptitude, it is also inseparable from the power of the soul fruit. Now, this power is also in the hands of Keyenes. When Keyenes flipped his left hand, sparkling fruit and dark fruit appeared in his hand at the same time. He threw it with his hand, and they fell into the hands of 2 killing puppets. The 2 killing golems took devil fruit and immediately ate it, and then gained the ability. And just like that, the new sparkling fruit and dark fruit abilities were born. Each killing puppet has 70% of the power of Keyenes, and together with the top devil fruit, it is full of top admiral strength. A flash puppet, a dark puppet, and the first completed magma puppet. Now Keyenes has 3 top admiral level killing puppets. However, this is not the end. As long as Keyenes defeats the beast pirates or the red hair pirates in the future, the number of killing golems can be increased. Only then will there be absolute certainty of overthrowing world government. Keyenes' strength is very strong now, and the power under his command is unparalleled, but it is still impossible to forcibly overthrow the world's conquest. I mean world-class combat. Hidden in the deepest part of the world government, the king of celestial dragons who has survived for many years, must be a world-class fighting force. Not only that, but also Uranus. As the strongest among ancient weapons, Uranus' power should not be underestimated. Having never fought, Keyenes doesn't know if he can defeat the combined forces of Amam, king of the celestial dragons, and Uranus. In addition to this, there are the 5 elders, the supreme power of world government. Although I haven't seen them make a move, I think they are not weak. Add the power of Marine and CP. The power of world government is still very terrifying. Now it's the time for Keyenes and World Conquer to launch the Armageddon. He also needs to accumulate more power and collect more combat power in order to ensure the certainty of victory, and the world will be determined in one battle. Mind-throbbing, Keyenes waved his hand and retracted the shining puppet and dark puppet in front of him into the black hole space. At the same time, the soul fruit was also taken back by Keyenes to the black hole in the palm of his hand. Keyenes walked to the balcony with red wine. The moist sea breeze was blowing, and his mind was calm for a while, and his mind was unpredictable. After a period of communication, the news that Keyenes killed the 4 emperors and destroyed the Big Mom pirates has spread all over the world. In the battle between the Karo Empire and the Big Mom pirates, Big Mom was killed in the battle, and the overall victory of the Karo Empire came to an end. Although the major forces in the world were shocked by this result, most of them felt that it was expected. Keyenes is too strong, not only his own strength, but also the strength of his cadres. The predecessor Marine Admiral Akiji, the legendary pirate Bullet, the descendant of the devil, both of them are proper admiral-level strengths. Plus 4 quasi-admiral-level combat powers, Enel, Marco, Weibel, and Reign of Hope. The strength of the Karo Empire is far beyond the Big Mom pirates. However, Keyenes personally killed the 4 emperors and subdued the remnants of the Big Mom pirate group, which still shocked countless forces around the world. A year and a half ago, Keyenes captured the remnants of the White Beard pirates. Now, he has conquered the remnants of the Big Mom pirates, plus his own power. It is equivalent to the fact that Keyenes has gathered the core combat power of the 3 Emperor-level forces under his command. After gaining this power, how far will Keyenes expand the kingdom of Karo? Morgans immediately spread the news of Keyenes through newspapers all over the world, and the headlines he wrote were still exaggerated and sensational. The most powerful fighting force in the world. Kill the tyrant John Keyenes, and kill the 4 emperors Bigmom. The Kalo Empire destroyed the Bigmom pirates. Who is Keyenes' next target? Kill the 4 emperors Bigmom. Kill the tyrant's sword with Kaido. Red hair. Slaughter, the great ambition of the tyrant Keyenes. Ishin destroys all the 4 emperors' pirates. The naval headquarters have collapsed. The 4 emperors Bigmom have fallen. How far is it until the killing tyrants rule the new world? At this point, even if Keyenes didn't say it, the world could see Keyenes' huge ambitions. It is far from enough to rule a single Karo empire. Keyenes wants to expand the Karo Empire to an unprecedented level. The annexation of the waters of the Whitebeard pirates is just the beginning. After that, the defeat of naval headquarters, the destruction of the Bigmom pirates, and the capture of the seas of both sides are all part of Keyenes' plan. He wants to spread the war to the entire New World and then annex the entire New World. As things stand, the war caused by Keyenes is far from over. The powers of the world know that sooner or later there will be a battle between Keyenes and the Beast Pirates and Red Hair Pirates. And with Keyenes' current strength, neither the Beast Pirates nor the Red Hair Pirates are his opponents. There has been speculation that the Beast Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates will form an alliance against the murderous tyrant Keyenes. Some people also believe that Kaido of the Beast is arrogant and disdain to join forces with the Red Hair. He can defeat Keyenes. After all, he is known to the world as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, invincible one-on-one. All in all, a storm is raging across the New World. The big and small forces, countries, pirates, and underground kings in the world of the new era can no longer stay out of it. New World, Wanakuni Ghost Island. Kaido of the Beast sits in a ghost island cave and drinks heavily, then smashes the wine gourd into pieces. Then he stroked his forehead with his hand and wiped the tears of love from his eyes. Linlin, did you just die like this? To actually die in the hands of a stinky young boy. But this can only blame yourself for being too weak, because you are weak, so you will be killed. Kaido was drunk today and was crying with sadness. The tears at this moment may not only be because of being drunk, but also because of the friendship with the ant. When they were young, Kaido and Big Mom both spent time on a rocks boat. At the beginning, Kaido owed Auntie a favor. Damn, you little devil, did you even kill that old woman from Big Mom? Suddenly, Kaido changed from a state of sadness to a state of rage, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. That is the breath of beasts, and it is the strongest blue dragon among beasts. The invisible conqueror's haki erupted, whizzing out as a tsunami shock wave. The surrounding pirates were hit by the conquerors, their brains were hit hard, their eyes rolled, and they fell unconscious to the ground. Damn, you little devil, did you even kill that crazy woman Big Mom? Kaido changed from a state of sadness to a state of rage, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. That is the breath of beasts, and it is the strongest blue dragon among beasts. The invisible conqueror's haki erupted, whizzing out as a tsunami shock wave. The surrounding pirates were attacked by conquerors, their brains were shocked, their eyes rolled, and they fell to the ground unconscious. John Keyenes, do you actually want to unify the New World? Kaido looked at the newspaper in his hand and kneaded it into powder. Then the huge palm deformed and cyan dragon scales grew on the skin. With a roar of a blue dragon, Kaido turned into a huge blue dragon soaring into the sky, directly smashing through the ceiling of the cave and rushing into the clouds in the sky. Dark clouds gathered over the entire ghost island, and lightning flashed and thundered. The blue dragon transformed by Kaido wandered freely in the dark clouds, and countless lightnings fell on him as if massaging him. This is the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Kaido, captain of the Beast pirate group. The defense is even more terrifying than the steel balloon of the 4 Emperors ant. As soon as he got angry, he directly changed the sky climate in a radius of more than 10 kilometers, as if the end was coming. Likewise, the last of the four emperors' red hair is keeping an eye on Keyenes too. On an island in a new world, the entire red hair pirates are stationed here. The red hair sat on a log, holding a newspaper in one hand, silent. He was the first four emperors to pay attention to Keyenes, and also the first four emperors to perceive Keyenes' ambitions. Today, Keyenes is completely out of control. First naval headquarters, then Big Mom pirates, and now Keyenes. No one can stop it. Shanks looked at Keyenes in the paper, shook his head, and sighed softly. He knew that no matter how hard they tried, everyone at Red Hair Pirates combined would not be able to stop Keyenes. Who would have thought that we, who were known as the four emperors in the New World, would one day become the target of being hunted by others? Beckman blew a smoke ring, feeling a little amused and a little self-deprecating. The defeat of naval headquarters is to cut off Marines' involvement in the New World, in order to prevent them from being attacked when the war with the four emperors begins and to solve future problems. After this, Keyenes went to war with Big Mom, who had hatred, and started the war to unify the New World. The redhead stared intently at the photo of Keyenes, his eyes sharp and cold. He's very smart, he's organized, he has a plan for fighting, he knows how to push step by step, and has a long-term plan. He's more terrifying than any enemy we've ever encountered, even more terrifying than the rocks. At this moment, the red hair's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. It's not scary to be strong, and it's not scary to be ambitious. If you don't have a brain, you are a fool after all. No matter how powerful and ambitious you are, you will eventually fail, just like the rocks back then. What is truly terrifying is that a person is not only terrifying in strength and ambitious, but also intelligent. Such people will make arrangements before doing things, take 10 steps in advance, and can exert all their strengths to the ultimate, ensuring that they will be victorious in every battle. John Keyenes, no doubt, is such a person. At this moment, the Shanks felt a burst of powerlessness, remembering the content of his secret conversation with the five elders. His mood fluctuated for a while, not knowing whether his decision was right or wrong. At the same time, Naval Headquarters naturally held an emergency meeting for the first time. Gentlemen, the war between Keyenes and Big Mom is over. In the conference room, Marine Marshal Kong sat in the first place, looked around, and said, as Fujitora said, Big Mom was defeated and killed by Keyenes. Now, the Big Mom pirates have been completely defeated, and the remnants have been captured by Keyenes. Keyenes, who has gained this power, has once again skyrocketed in power. It can be expected that Keyenes will continue to expand the territory of the Callow Empire even more unscrupulously, until it annexes the territory of the original Big Mom pirates and connects it with the current sea area. Kong's words made many Marine executives in the conference room look solemn, and many people breathed a sigh of relief, secretly saying that they were fortunate. Fortunately, Marine did not intervene in the Four Emperors battle this time. Otherwise, he would suffer another heavy loss. It's just that the situation of watching the enemy's strength getting stronger and stronger has made many Marine executives unable to hide their anger. It is impossible to stop the sin, but to see him grow up step by step. The feeling of powerlessness was so unpleasant that it was simply torture. Can't we just watch and do nothing at the moment? A Hawk Marine Vice Admiral asked in a low voice. Keyenes' strength is already terrifying. If he's allowed to develop further, will Marine still be able to beat him? The longer it took, the slimmer Marine's odds became. Now, there is even no hope in sight. At present, Marine's strength is not enough. We can only do nothing. Kong shook his head helplessly. But as Keyenes gets stronger, we Marines get stronger too, in preparation for the war that is bound to happen in the future. The Holy Land has issued an order, and the recruitment order for world government will not stop. It will continue forever. Marine would recruit the righteous from all over the world and muster all of them to fight the evil of Keyenes. Not only that, but Marine Science Unit has to speed up research. With that said, Kong looked at Admiral Momosaji. After Kizaru's death, Momosaji succeeded Kizaru as the commander of the Marine Science Corps. Momosaji, what is the current state of the Marine Science Unit SSG? Kong asked in a low voice. All research is planned, and the PhD has achieved a great breakthrough. Momosaji responded calmly. That's good. The power of technology can sometimes exert infinite power. Marine's SSG unit was established by the Holy Land with countless funds, and the research and development project is to completely calm the sea. The pacifists who appeared in Summit War were just a prelude, just a batch of experiments. As for the experimental product, it can already match the pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. If the finished product is successfully developed, the combat power will be even more terrifying. The pacifist is just one of the scientific research results of the SSG unit. For the Keyenes group, the Holy Land's order is to stay put for now and not to touch it lightly. Kong said in a deep voice, it's just that they still have to inform the world about their evil deeds. Has the reward order been formulated this time? Kong looked at Crane Vice Admiral and asked. It's settled. Crane Vice Admiral took a reward order from the adjutant, took out the first one, glanced at it, and shook his head slightly. I have been a Marine for so many years, and I have never seen such a high bounty. The future of the world is really worrying. Saying that, Vice Admiral Crane handed the reward to Kong. The first one is Keyenes' latest reward order. Killing Tyrant John Keyenes, the world's most brutal criminal, has a bounty of 7.05 billion Baileys. Compared with the 6.05 billion Baileys above, Keyenes' bounty has increased by another billion. This is not an amount set by Marine, but a bounty set by the Holy Land 5 Elders himself. In addition, the core cadres under Keyenes also have new bounty orders, and the amount of the bounty has increased. Bullet, Inel, Weibel, Marco, Shiryu of Rain, and more. One by one, the bounty is ridiculously high. What's more, a new name has appeared on the bounty list. Akiji, killing Tyrant John Keyenes, the world's most brutal criminal, has a bounty of 7.05 billion Baileys. Akiji, the fallen Marine Admiral, has a bounty of 2.267 billion Baileys. Descendants of the Devil Douglas Bullet, with a bounty of 2.056 billion Baileys. Thor Enel, with a bounty of 1.975 billion Bailey. Phoenix Marco, with a bounty of 1.768 billion Bailey. Edward Weibel, Whitebeard II, with a bounty of 1.443 billion Baileys. Shiryu of the Rain, with a bounty of 1.378 billion Bailey. Diamond Joes, with a bounty of 963 million Bailey. Foil Bista, with a bounty of 957 million Bailey. Jinbei, the captain of the Sun Pirates, has a bounty of 850 million Bailey. The Wind Scythe Cavendish, with a bounty of 798 million Baileys. Fighting Champion Jiza's Badge, with a bounty of 760 million Bailey. The Tyrant mounts the Fire Dragon Leviathan, with a bounty of 640 million Bailey. The captain of the new giant pirates, the Power Giant Helding, has a bounty of 672 million Bailey. The new giant pirate group, Tyrannosaurus Rex Giant Gold Bag, has a bounty of 566 million Bailey. The captain of the Mercury Pirates, Jackie Alpha, has a bounty of 729 million Baileys. J.K. Sacco, the captain of the Cryogenic Pirates, has a bounty of 684 million Baileys. The captain of the Corruption Pirates, Pullman Ron, has a bounty of 633 million Baileys. Katie Cullen, captain of the Sonic Pirates, has a bounty of 622,567,300,000 Bailey. Charlotte Karakuri, with a bounty of 1.37 billion Bailey. Charlotte Smoothie, with a bounty of 1.037 billion Bailey. Charlotte Chris Frame, with a bounty of 970 million Bailey. Keyenes and all the cadres under Keyenes have released the latest bounty orders. In addition to Keyenes' highest reward order, the most eye-catching one is Akiji's reward order. As the former Marine Admiral, he was just one step away from becoming a Marine Marshal. But unfortunately, he degenerated into a dark force and turned to the killing Tyrant Keyenes. This news has shocked the whole world. Now he has completely become a bounty criminal, with a reward of 2.267 billion Baileys offered by Marine. For the first time the reward was issued, the amount of the reward exceeded 2 billion, which is rare in the world. The appearance of this reward order also means that Aokiji and Marine are on opposite sides, and everything is irreversible. In addition, even the members of the Charlotte family's bounties have been raised by Marine. Thanks to Keyenes' fierce name, the bereaved dogs who lost the shelter of Bigmum, the bounty is higher than before. Today, including Katakuri and Smoothie, 2 of Keyenes have more than 2 billion bounties and 6 have more than 1 billion bounties. Such combat power is almost comparable to the combination of Beast Pirates and Red Hair Pirates. After destroying the Bigmum pirate group, the 4 emperors of the New World only have 3 emperors left. And as the strongest emperor, the Slaughter Tyrant, Keyenes' strength and power far surpass the Red Hair and Kaido. The 4 emperors Bigmum fell, and the New World became more violent and turbulent than before. Enel led the army to capture the waters of the world, occupied all the 34 islands of the world, and planted the unicorn flag of the Karo Empire. Katakuri led the former Charlotte family members and occupied the outer territories of the former Bigmum pirates. Taken together, there are about 70 islands. After that, Keyenes sent Shiryu and Weibel to attack the territory directly between the 2 seas, and most of the pirates among them were looking out for the wind. Those who didn't want to take refuge with Keyenes ran away after hearing rumors, leaving the territory for Shiryu to easily occupy. And the king of the country, like the kings who had taken refuge in Keyenes before, chose to take refuge voluntarily. One after another, the kings of the New World entered the core of the Karo Empire and expressed their willingness to join the Keyenes. After borrowing the unicorn flag, many kings announced to the world one after another that they were free from the rule of world government. In just half a year, Keyenes' site continued to expand. Not only has it annexed all the sites of the Bigmum pirates, but it has also taken refuge in more than 20 countries. Today, Keyenes has more than 400 islands and 50 affiliated kingdoms of the Karo Empire. 20 of them were originally under world government. In this battle, Keyenes not only strengthened himself, but also weakened the power of world government, causing world government to lose nearly 10 member countries. Today, there are only about 140 allied nations under world government. In the border area of the sea area of the Karo Empire, artillery fire roared and blasts resounded. With a series of explosions, the 2 attacking pirate ships were blown into ruins, and countless pirates were killed and injured by artillery fire and sank to the bottom of the sea. The flames filled the air, and the pirate ship caused a raging fire and was slowly sinking. A man with blood on his face and out of breath stood on the bow of the boat. Seeing that all his men were killed, his face was extremely gloomy. "Captain Hawkins, run away. We are no match for them. Damn bastards, they're all dead." One by one, the pirates looked sad, looking at the pirate ships chasing them from the rear, full of resentment. But beneath the resentment lies panic and fear, because they're facing the strongest Karo Empire in the New World. That unicorn flag is now the absolute emperor of the New World, an existence that no one dares to provoke. With the crazy expansion of the Kingdom of Karo, many pirate groups in New World have gradually lost their living space. In the previous era of 4 emperors hegemony, although there were 4 emperors in the New World, they had always maintained a balance. Many pirates can still survive in the cracks. Now, however, Keyenes has tipped the balance, and the New World has become 10 times, no, 100 times more brutal than before. The expansion of Keyenes compresses the living space of other parties. Except for the territory of Beast Pirates and Red Hair Pirates, other places are the targets for Keyenes to occupy. New World has no more cracks for loner pirate groups to survive. Now, being hunted down is one of the most evil generation of pirates, Buggy Hawkins, known as the Magician, with a bounty of 320 million Bailey. And his opponent is the Sun Pirates, the captain of this fleet, Jean Bay, who has a bounty of 850 million Bailey, which is more than twice that of Hawkins. Boom, 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 boom. Under the bombardment of artillery fire, Hawkins' pirate ship was crumbling, and it was very difficult for Hawkins to block the attack of the Sun pirates behind. However, at this moment, the sea suddenly began to riot, and a column of water shot up into the sky, piercing through Hawkins' pirate ship like a sharp sword, splitting it into pieces. Hawkins was the first to be hit by the water column and was directly thrown into the sea. The capable person fell into the sea, and Hawkins lost all his strength instantly and fell toward the depths of the sea. If there is no accident, Hawkins will surely die. However, the Moloch Jinbei grabbed Hawkins at the bottom of the sea and dragged him back to the Sun pirate ship. Boom! Jinbei threw the wet Hawkins on the deck. Hawkins coughed repeatedly, gulped a few mouthfuls of sea water, and gasped. Except for him, all the other members of the Hawkins pirates have been killed, and not a single survivor has been left. Captain Jinbei, why did you save him? Someone asked with a puzzled look. Hawkins is good, and I think he can come in handy. The expansion of the Carlo Empire requires troops, and pirates like Hawkins are naturally the more the better. Therefore, when fighting abroad, when they encounter a pirate with strength and potential, Jinbei or Enel, they will capture them alive and bring them back to the kingdom of Karo. As long as it can be subdued, it is a worthy combat power. Okay, it's time to go back. Jinbei gave the order. Then the Sun pirates set sail and sailed back towards the waters of the Karo Empire. So far, New World has lost another potential pirate group. Carlo Empire, Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes sits leaning on the throne, with the core body lined up to the left and right. There are Ishan workouts such as badgers. Some hold roses and hug each other, such as Cavendish. There are gobble eaters, such as Edward Weibel. There are also bad fights, such as Enel and Shiryu of the Rain. When there was no war, Keyenes drove his men without much demand. No matter what they do, as long as they don't hit the bottom line, Keyenes won't get in the way. Just then, the voice of the phone bug rang. After connecting, the voice of the messenger came from the opposite side. Reporting, Your Majesty Keyenes, that Captain Jinbei is back and is landing at the port. Jinbei? Finally back? Keyenes smiled lightly. This time, the Sun Pirates have been out for a long time, and the last time I saw Jinbei was 2 months ago. Let him in. Keyenes ordered. Yes, Your Majesty Keyenes. The person on the opposite side answered respectfully and then cut off the phone bug. Soon after, Jinbei came to Hentang Sky Garden. Your Majesty Keyenes. Jinbei came to Keyenes and gave a respectful salute. Get up, Keyenes said with a wave of his hand. As soon as he waved his hand, the maid next to him, who was in charge of serving with him, immediately brought the wine. Thank you. Jinbei was polite and thanked the maid after taking the wine. This time, how was the outcome of the outing? How was the harvest? Keyenes asked flatly. Not bad. We occupied 4 small islands in total. Jinbei said in a low voice. By the way, on the way back, I happened to meet a member of the most evil generation and brought it back. Ha ha ha. Which unlucky ghost is that? How did such an unlucky guy survive to this day? Hearing Jinbei say this, Badgers and the others burst into laughter. It's Hawkins, the man nicknamed the Magician. Jinbei said lightly. I haven't heard of it. I don't know it. Forget it. It's just a bunch of brats. Badgers and others sneered disdainfully, and soon forgot Hawkins. Keyenes knew that Hawkins had a very special fruit ability, a straw fruit. In terms of the ability to withstand attacks, he is the strongest in the most evil generation. He can use 10 scarecrows as stand-ins, which is equivalent to having 10 extra lives. If you want to kill him, you must first kill the 10 substitutes. At the Sabeti Archipelago 2 years ago, none of a group of supernovae could catch Kizaru's move. But Hawkins can, and he was still unscathed after taking 10 moves from Kizaru in a row. This ability can be said to be strong, or weak, or weak. In short, it depends on how the person with the ability uses it. However, the potential of the extremely evil generation is very good. If you grab one and cultivate it well, it is at least a combat power, which is a good harvest. Let's send it to the mining field first and sharpen the spirit. When he is connected, let him out. The pirates who were captured by the army of the Karo Empire would be locked up in the mining field to sharpen their spirits. Only when the spirit is completely leveled off and surrender is surrendered will it be released and freed. I understand. Aladdin has done it, Jinbei said lightly. Counting Hawkins caught by Jinbei, there are already 3 people who have fallen into the hands of Keyenes. At the end of Summit War 2 years ago, when Keyenes killed Blackbeard, he caught Jewelry Bonnie, then Urge from Sky Island, and finally Hawkins. If you include Blackbeard, who was killed 2 years ago, and Capone Beach, who was killed in the battle with the Bigman pirates, the evil generation has already killed or captured 5 people by Keyenes. There are only 12 people in the extremely evil generation, and 5 people are almost half. By the way, Your Majesty Keyenes, King Neptune contacted me some time ago, saying that the Fishmen Island had something to ask me and wanted me to go back. Jinbei spoke suddenly. The Fishmen Island? When Keyenes paused, he thought of the key. Before you know it, 2 years have passed, and the time has come to 1520 of the Hyuan calendar. If the time is right, the Straw Hat pirates who disappeared for 2 years will return. The first stop they set sail for was the Fishmen Island, which is 10,000 meters under the sea. When it comes to the Straw Hats, Keyenes has nothing to focus on. There is only one person Keyenes cares about from beginning to end, and that is the mermaid princess of the Fishmen Island. Ancient weapon Poseidon, who has been sleeping for a long time, is about to wake up. This is a force Keyenes has long been eyeing, and there is absolutely no room for error. Since there is something wrong with the Fishmen Island, you should go back for a walk, Keyenes said calmly, but there should be no big problem with Sacco being stationed on the Fishmen Island. After the war with the Bigman pirates, the low-temperature pirates were sent to the Fishmen Island by Keyenes to be stationed. J.K. Sacco, the captain of the low-temperature pirates, the person with the ability of Paramecia's cold fruit, has a bounty of 684 million Bailey. With him guarding the Fishmen Island, coupled with the murderous name of the tyrant, it is enough to ensure that no one dares to shoot on the Fishmen Island. The old man understands. If it's all right, the old man will come back as soon as possible. After Jinbei finished speaking, he turned and left Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes quietly watched Jinbei leave, tapped the armrest of the throne with his hands, his eyes darkened. Remember that in the original book, Jinbei decided to join the Straw Hat Pirates because of the Fishmen Island incident. Hopefully this time, he won't make the wrong choice. Jinbei is a powerful fighting force, after all. Keyenes really doesn't expect Jinbei and the Fishmen Island to do anything beyond the bottom line. Captain Keyenes, what's the point of focusing on the Fishmen Island? Why should Sacco be stationed there? Badgers asked curiously. Keyenes now owns more than 400 islands. The people stationed on many islands are just ordinary cadres. And the Fishmen Island, as the terminal of the first half of the Grand Line, is unlikely to meet any powerful enemies. In the opinion of Badgers, there is no need to send Sacco to garrison at all, and it is enough to send an ordinary cadre with a reward of 200 million to 300 million to deal with the situation. You must know that the low-temperature pirates were the first to join the Caro Empire, and Sacco was recruited by Keyenes himself. After many wars, Sacco is already a senior cadre under Keyenes, with a bounty of 684 million Baileys. Such strength can only play its greatest role in New World. Not only was Badgers curious, but others were also a little curious. Facing everyone's gaze, Keyenes smiled lightly. Some things you will know in the future. For ancient weapon Poseidon, what does it mean to pay a senior cadre? This is the power that can destroy the world. No matter how much energy and effort it takes, it is worth it. Jinbei left, but he left alone, without the Sun Pirates. Meanwhile, at the end of the first half of the Grand Line, something big happened at the Sabati Archipelago. The Straw Hat Pirates who disappeared for 2 years have been resurrected. Although Summit War has only been in the past 2 years, many people still vividly remember the war of that year. Straw Hat Luffy's performance in the war shocked the world, and his special identity also made him unforgettable to people all over the world. As the biological son of Dragon, the world's most vicious criminal, and the grandson of marine hero Garp, Luffy's existence is destined to attract worldwide attention. The end of the Grand Line, 10,000 meters below the deep sea, the Fishmen Island. Although it is in the deep sea, There is still sunshine here because of the divine tree atom. Unicorn flags flutter in the wind on the Fishman Island, symbolizing the place where the strongest four emperors killed the tyrant Keyenes. Since the flag of Keyenes was planted on the Fishman Island, no pirates have dared to mess around here. Keyenes' methods are more cruel than Whitebeard, and his name and deterrence have far surpassed Whitebeard. During the period when the Whitebeard pirates ruled the Fishman Island, there were still daring pirates who secretly robbed murlocs or murlocs and sold them. But after Keyenes ruled the Fishman Island, no one dared to do again. The order given by Keyenes was thorough. All over the world, even outside of the Fishman Island, looting and auctioning murlocs or mermaids is a challenge to the majesty of Emperor Carlo. As soon as this order was issued, all the underground kings in the world canceled the murloc or mermaid auction business in their auction houses. Even if those thieves caught murlocs and mermen, they would not be able to sell them. No one dares to sell it, and no one dares to offend the killing tyrant. In the early days, some daring guys who wanted to try their luck were all killed by Keyenes. After a bloody slaughter, there is absolute peace in today's the Fishman Island. There are always some people in the world who are self-sufficient. They don't know the gap, so they don't know how to be afraid. Hadi's group from the Fishman Island is the best example. As in the original book, the new Fishman pirates founded by Hadi launched a coup d'etat on the Fishman Island in an attempt to control the entire the Fishman Island, and then killed the land to take revenge on humans. In a basin of the Fishman Island, there are 100,000 fishmen. King Neptune, Prince Shark, and Jinbei were all captured alive and awaiting public execution. Of course, Jinbei couldn't be captured alive by a mere Hody, but Jinbei wanted to take this opportunity, the giant island and the hatred of human beings. Jinbei wanted to make the Straw Hat Pirates the heroes of the Fishman Island, so he was caught on purpose. It's just that before the Straw Hat Pirates came out, the people from the low-temperature pirates arrived first. Hey, Jinbei, you're embarrassing His Majesty Keyenes. In the eyes of many residents of the Fishman Island, Seiko brought the people of the low-temperature pirates to the battlefield. Seeing Shako appear, the residents of the Fishman Island around the basin cheered. In the more than a year that Keyenes ruled the Fishman Island, his name has been deeply imprinted in the hearts of every resident of the Fishman Island. The inhabitants of the Fishman Island hate all humans on the land. But there are two exceptions. One is the dead Whitebeard, and the other is the killing tyrant John Keyenes. Sako. Jinbei saw Sako appear, and a few drops of cold sweat flowed from his forehead. Sako appears, representing Jinbei's plans will come to fruition. Jinbei, you look so ugly. Sako looked at Jinbei, who was tied up with 5 flowers, and said coldly, "Can a few chains restrain you? And these over-the-top clowns, are they joking?" Sako looked around at the 100,000 murlocs around, and finally focused on Hody. "Your Majesty Keyenes handed me the Fishman Island, not to let such a jumping clown make trouble at will." Sako got angry, and ice appeared on the surface of his body, and the cold air spread with his breathing. The extreme cold also spread out through the feet, freezing the ground under and around them. Hundreds of pirates in the low-temperature pirates also had a fierce look on their faces, with a looming murderous aura surrounding their bodies. A mere group of low-level humans. What are you talking about here? After consuming the vicious IS potion, Hadi's self-confidence was extremely inflated, and he didn't pay attention to the people of the low-temperature pirates at all. "Little ones, kill them." Hody gave an order, and the surrounding murlocs rushed forward, rushing towards Sako and others. Sako's face sank, and it turned into a mass of cold air and disappeared. The next moment, the hundreds of pirates that rushed up were directly frozen, and he himself had appeared in front of Chui Di. The blood was sprayed and scattered in the sky. Sako's icy right hand directly penetrated Hody's chest and came out through his body. As the cold air spreads, Hody was quickly wrapped in ice and became an ice sculpture. You idiot who is overthinking, the outside world is not something that a frog in the well like you can imagine. As soon as the voice fell, Sako pulled out his palm, and the ice sculpture shattered into a pile of ice. The arrogant An arrogant Hody before, just like that, his bones are gone. The battle started in an instant, and it was over. The center of the war was dead silent, and the 100,000 Murlocs stared at Sacco and the pile of ice chips under his feet. No one believed that the mighty Hody in their eyes would die like this. No, it's impossible, right? How could Captain Hody lose? He's the man who wants to be the king of the world. The officers of the new Fishman pirates were unbelievable. And at this moment, the fatal move has come. After Sacco shot, all the cadres of the low-temperature pirates also shot. The ultimate move came at the same time in an instant, and several officers of the new Fishman pirates were all killed in an instant, and all their heads were cut off. Those who lay down their weapons and surrender will be spared death, and those who stubbornly resist will be killed without mercy. Sacco's indifferent voice echoed on the battlefield and spread to every corner. The 100,000 Murloc gangsters looked at the corpses all over the floor, and they were all frightened and put down their weapons. The civil unrest in the Fishman Island was subsided like this, as if it were a farce. The residents of the Fishman Island who watched the war outside the basin did not expect the civil war to end in this way. And for the first time, they also witnessed the power of the low-temperature pirates. This is the strength of the cadres under the command of Lord Keyenes. It's simply too strong, unbelievably strong. Such a powerful Hody was killed by him in one move. The residents of the Fishman Island cheered, and Sacco's actions won the hearts and minds of the people of the Fishman Island. At this time, the Straw Hat Pirates came late in a hurry. Luffy emerges from the shark's belly, only to find it's too late. That guy is so strong. Luffy looked at Sacco in the distance, his face solemn. When he came out, he happened to see that Sacco killed Hody in one move, and the action was ridiculously fast. Of course, but Luffy, you don't have any contact with him, Jinbei advised in a deep voice. Jinbei spent more than a year in the Karo Empire and knew the style of Keyenes and those under his command. Their style is completely different from that of the Straw Hat Pirates. Jinbei is afraid that Luffy and Sacco will cause a conflict, and it will be difficult to end at that time. Jinbei, you're a little too ugly today. It's not like you. Sacco came to Jinbei and said in a low voice. Sorry, the old man was careless. Jinbei didn't explain much. Sacco took a deep look at Jinbei, then looked at Luffy again and smiled indifferently. Forget it. It's you who is embarrassed. I don't care about your business, as long as the Fishman Island is fine. After speaking, Sacco left with the people of the low-temperature pirates. Seeing Sacco leave, Jinbei was relieved. Hey Jinbei, who is that guy? Are you familiar with him? Sanji asked aside. Ah, that's right. Jinbei nodded and said, I'm playing for the same person with him now, so we can say it's a companion relationship. Companion? Yes, he and I are the subordinates of the four emperors, the killing tyrant John Keyenes, and this, the Fishman Island, is also his territory. Four emperors? Luffy, Sanji, and others were all taken aback. The Fishman Island civil unrest subsided. Neptune invited the low-temperature pirates to the Dragon Palace for a banquet. The Straw Hat Pirates also participated, and a group of people feasted at the banquet. Hey, Jinbei, you just said that you were a subordinate of the four emperors, right? At the banquet, Sanji asked while smoking a cigarette. Ah, that's right, the four emperors killed Tyrant John Keyenes, the strongest man in the world right now. Jinbei put down the wine bowl and said, The strongest? Is he the strongest in the world? Luffy looked excited and curious. Yes, you're in a new world soon, so you still need to know some basic information, Jinbei said with a solemn expression. During the 2 years of your cultivation, the world's pattern has undergone drastic changes. I don't know how much you know about the current new world, but one thing must be remembered. Jinbei showed unprecedented seriousness, which made Straw Hat crew feel heavy. After entering the new world, don't get close to the sea area of the Karo Empire. Not even a single step. The kingdom of Karo is the territory of Keyenes, right? Sanji obviously knows this common sense too. That's right. The Karo Empire is now the most powerful country in the New World. The kingdom's territory has more than 400 islands, and there are 50 countries under the kingdom's subordinates to be its vassals, and the absolute king who rules all this is the killing tyrant John Keyenes. 400 islands, 50 countries. The weak trio were already stunned. Hey, isn't this too strong? Are all the four emperors of the New World so strong? Sanji asked. The four emperors are not so strong. Only Keyenes is a special case. Jinbei said in a deep voice. Furthermore, there are no four emperors in the current New World, only the three emperors. The four emperors, Big Mom, were killed by Keyenes himself half a year ago, and the Big Mom pirates have been destroyed. Jinbei threw a big bomb again. Not only the four emperors' Big Mom pirates, but also the naval headquarters were defeated by Keyenes himself, so they had to completely withdraw from New World. Jinbei looked around the Straw Hat crew and asked in a deep voice, "You all remember Kizaru, right?" As soon as the voice fell, Zoro, Sanji, and others all changed their expressions. How could they not remember Kizaru? In the Sabeti archipelago, it was Kizaru who defeated them. Luffy, do you remember Akainu? As soon as he heard Akainu's name, Luffy immediately covered the X-shaped scar on his chest, and the scar on his chest was aching. Akainu's face Luffy couldn't forget for a moment. Ace was killed by his own hands, and he was severely injured and lost half of his life. It can be said to be an unforgettable enemy. Kizaru is dead, Jinbei said in a deep voice. Not only Kizaru, but also Akainu is dead. What? Luffy's group was already stunned. Hey, how is that possible? Isn't Kizaru Marine Admiral? How could he possibly die? And Akainu, is he also an admiral? Knowing too much information in a short period of time, the brains of the Straw Hat Pirates have swelled. For 2 years, they practiced Ishin and almost never had contact with the outside world. A lot of news that shocked the world, they have only heard a few words, and they don't know the details at all. Let me briefly explain the changes that have taken place in the world in the past 2 years. Jinbei took a deep breath and said, 2 years ago, after the Summit War ended, Keyenes killed Blackbeard, and with Blackbeard's head, he subdued all of Father Whitebeard's remnants, and at the same time occupied Father Whitebeard's territory. A year ago, Keyenes led a large army in a full-scale war with the naval headquarters in the New World. It was in that battle that Admiral Kizaru was killed, Akainu, who took over as Marshal Marine for a year, was killed, and even Sengoku, the former Marshal of Marine, was killed at the hands of Keyenes. In that battle, Marine lost 3 of the highest combat power, and the elite of the headquarters also lost more than half. Because of this battle, the naval headquarters stationed in New World had to completely withdraw from New World and gave up the right to rule New World. Today, Marine is rarely seen in the New World, which has been completely reduced to a paradise for pirates and outlaws, far more cruel than ever. 6 months ago, Keyenes launched another war against the 4 Emperors' Big Mom pirates. In that battle, Keyenes beheaded the 4 Emperors' Big Mom, subdued the remnants and territories of the Big Mom pirates, and his strength and power have been enhanced again. It is through repeated wars and killings, as well as endless expansion and plunder, that the kingdom of Carlo developed into the behemoth it is today. It has more than 400 islands and over 50 affiliated countries, and even Marine has completely retreated, and World Conqueror has not dared to go to war with Keyenes. Today's Keyenes is not only the strongest in the world, but also the strongest in the world, and the strongest in the world. Furthermore, the kingdom of Karo Emperor is still expanding, and any pirate group that approaches the Karo Emperor's sea area will be hunted down by them. The only way to save one's life is to take refuge in Keyenes or die. Several members of the Supernova Pirates of the same period as you have already joined Keyenes. Jinbei looked at Luffy and said in a deep voice, Luffy, you're not someone who can be subservient to others, right? That's why I told you to stay away from the waters of the Karo Empire. After Jinbei finished speaking, several members of the Straw Hat Pirates were stunned and their minds went blank. Such a behemoth is terrifying just thinking about it. How can it be defeated? Have you seen the strength of Sako just now? Jinbei asked next. He is the captain of the low-temperature pirates, one of Keyenes' affiliated pirates, and the current bounty is 684 million Baileys. 684 million. Zoro and Sanji's pupils shrunk, and the faces of the weak trio changed drastically. They have never met such a high-reward prisoner. However, what Jinbei said next made them even colder. I didn't mention him because he was strong. Jinbei said in a deep voice. Although Sako is a senior cadre under Keyenes, he is not the highest core cadre. Similar to cadres like Sako, Keyenes has more than 30 subordinates. Is there actually more than 30 such guys? Zoro and Sanji's face has already changed color, and the weak trio is even more trembling. That's right, the top core cadres under Keyenes have a bounty of more than 700 million. Jinbei nodded and said, and among the top core cadres, there are strong and weak combat power. My bounty is 850 million Bailey, which is barely the highest core cadre, but I am not the most powerful. There are 8 with the strongest combat power. 6 of them have a bounty of more than 1 billion, and 2 of them have a bounty of more than 2 billion. A terrifying number came out of Jinbei's mouth, causing several people to be speechless. Luffy, there is one person you should be familiar with. Do you remember Aokiji? Jinbei asked. Aokiji, Straw Hat Crew, is unforgettable to Qingxiong. After all, it was the first Marine Admiral they met. That's right, it's him. Jinbei nodded. 2 years ago, Aokiji and Akainu resigned from Marine after unsuccessfully fighting for the position of Marine Marshal, and then he went to Keyenes. Today, Aokiji is one of the top core cadres under Keyenes, with a bounty of 2.267 billion Baileys. Straw Hat Crew was already stunned, his face was dull, and he couldn't return to his senses for a long time. None of them would have imagined that a Marine Admiral would take refuge with an Emperor and become a prisoner with a high bounty. Aokiji took refuge in Keyenes while Kizu, Akainu, and Sengoku were killed by Keyenes. It can be said that the Marines' highest combat power of the previous generation, a Marshal and 3 Admirals, all fell into the hands of Keyenes alone. Now you know what kind of person Keyenes is. Jinbei sighed lightly and said, the New World is now completely dominated by Keyenes alone. The current situation of New World is that 3 emperors are standing side by side, but Keyenes' strength is far superior to that of Red Hair Pirates and Beast Pirates. In the near future, Keyenes will also start a war and fight the Red Hair Pirates and Beast Pirates and completely take the entire New World. Some people say that the current strength and power of Keyenes has far surpassed that of Roger, the Pirate King of the Year. If Keyenes wants to be One Piece, he can do it easily. Jinbei explained. What One Piece? Hearing this, Luffy was immediately nervous. Unfortunately, Keyenes' purpose is not One Piece. Jinbei shook his head and said, his purpose is the world. Although not admitted, Keyenes' enormous ambitions are now well known. What he wants is the whole world. A mere One Piece can't satisfy him at all. The world? Are you going to take the whole world? Sanji's right hand, holding the cigarette, trembled a little. Obviously, he couldn't calm down. Several other people were also in a state of confusion, and their hearts were turbulent. I didn't expect a person's ambition to be so big. Can this kind of thing really be done? Frankie asked in a low voice. No one can answer your question, and no one knows the exact answer. Jinbei finished drinking a bowl of wine and said calmly, it can only be said that Keyenes is the most formidable adversary that world government has faced since its founding 800 years ago. What he has done has caused world government to lose more than 30 allied countries, and its majesty has weakened to the extreme. The damage he has done to Marine is also unprecedented. I don't know about the far past, but in the past 100 years, no one has been able to kill so many Marine Admiral and Marine Marshal. Keyenes is powerful enough to kill Marine Admiral. I was personally involved in the battle with Naval Headquarters and saw with my own eyes the scene where Keyenes beheaded Marine Marshal Akainu. In just one stroke, Akainu was seriously injured by Keyenes. He killed Akainu with only a little effort. Even when the 2 legendary Marines, Sengoku and Garp, joined forces, they couldn't compete with him, and they were ultimately killed and wounded in the end. In the end, it was Sengoku who chose to perish together and save Garp and half a Marine. I really can't imagine how to fight against that kind of power. Although it's just a retelling, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates already knows Keyenes' terrifying power. A stab wound to Marine Admiral, let alone do such a thing. They didn't even think about it. Luffy, this old man is serious enough to say again, after entering the New World, don't approach the sea area of the Kingdom of Karo, not even a single step. Jinbei looked like an old man and said in a deep voice, "The Karo Empire is still expanding. Any pirates who approach the waters of the Karo Empire will be targeted by them and become the target of being hunted down. After 2 years of cultivation, you all have grown greatly, but if you encounter the Kingdom of Karo, there is no possibility of victory." Just as Garp was spreading the news about the situation in the New World to the Straw Hat Pirates, Shako also informed Keyenes of what happened on the Fishmen Island in the faraway Kingdom of Karo. "That's it, Your Majesty Keyenes." In a corner of the banquet hall, Sako took the phone and reported respectfully, "I understand. You continue to stay on the Fishmen Island, and you can contact me in time if anything happens." Keyenes' voice came from across the street. "Yes, I understand." The call ended, and the phone worm was hung up. In the palace of the Emperor of Carlo Empire, Keyenes put down the phone bug. With Shako sitting in the town, a new Fishman pirate group is destined to not be able to make any waves. Keyenes didn't care about the news of the Straw Hat Pirates. The only thing Keyenes paid attention to was the ancient weapon, Poseidon. At this moment, the sound of rapid footsteps suddenly sounded. Marco hurried to Hente's Sky Garden with Jaws. "Well, it's Marco." Keyenes smiled lightly. "Is something wrong?" "It's Zoe. We found Zoe," Marco said calmly. "Finally found it?" Keyenes' eyes lit up. Zoe Island is located on the back of a giant elephant, which has been wandering around in the sea, and its location cannot be determined. Without a life card, it is difficult to find this island. After Keyenes gave the order, Marco searched for a full month before finally finding it. On the back of the giant elephant of Zoe live a group of fur tribes. The fur tribes can be said to be soldiers of the whole people, and their fighting strength is not bad. Keyenes naturally wants to take this fighting strength as his own. Ding! Host triggers the capture mission. The electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. "Please, host, occupy the kingdom of Zoe, the giant elephant, subdue the fur tribe, and merge it into the kingdom of Karo Empire. Quest reward. Observation Haki, listen to the voice of all things." The observation Haki is amazing, and there are so many different types. Those who have cultivated to ultimate can predict the future, and some people can even awaken the ability to listen to the voice of all things. It's just that very few people can successfully awaken this ability. The original One Piece Roger was the only one who could freely use this power. Luffy seems to have awakened too, but he can't use it freely. As long as he can listen to the voice of all things, Keyenes can read the text of history, even if he does not know the ancient literature. You can even communicate with Sea Kings, making it easier to drive them. "Let's go, head out," Keyenes said lightly. "Are you going in person?" Marco was a little surprised. You must know that with the current strength of the Karo Empire, this kind of thing doesn't need Keyenes to go out in person. Anyway, it's boring to stay here, just go out and have some fun. The Kingdom of Carlo is expanding, and there is still some time before the next war. These days, Keyenes is in the Kingdom of Carlo, and it's getting moldy from time to time. The fire dragon Leviathan let out a roar, obviously very excited. It didn't even need an order from Keyenes. It had already activated its fruit ability, turned into a fire dragon, and flew into the sky. Seeing Keyenes' actions, Marco didn't say anything, just activated the ability of the Phoenix fruit and flew into the sky with Keyenes. Del! Above the sky, the fire dragon Leviathan roared wildly, waving his wings to create waves of hurricanes. As the hurricane whistled, Leviathan, carrying Keyenes and Marco, leaped into the clouds. 7 days later, in the depths of a new world, there is an unnamed sea. The fire dragon Leviathan fell from the clouds in the sky, suspended in the sky, and flew thousands of meters high. Keyenes stood above Leviathan and saw a black spot on the sea in the distance. With the rapid approach of the dragon Leviathan, the black spot became larger and larger, and finally the figure of the giant elephant appeared in Keyenes' eyes. This giant elephant should be the largest creature in the One Piece world. Compared with it, what giant or ancient giant is simply insignificant? Leviathan. As soon as Keyenes gave an order, the fire dragon Leviathan immediately accelerated its flight speed. In the blink of an eye, Leviathan brought Keyenes before the giant elephant. The closer you get, the bigger the giant elephant becomes. This is not an elephant at all, but a living island. The fire dragon Leviathan flew into the sky and brought Keyenes to the back of the giant elephant. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as Keyenes arrived in Zo, he heard a series of roars of artillery fire, and there were countless sounds of fighting. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as Keyenes arrived in Zo, he heard a series of roars of artillery fire, and there were countless sounds of fighting. It's really lively. Keyenes enveloped the entire Zo with observation hockey, and the situation in the country of Zo was immediately clear to his chest. Keyenes arrives at just the right time, and Zo Island is in the midst of a foreign invasion. Jack the Drought of the Beast Pirates is leading an attack on Zo. Without the blessing of the moonlight, the Fur Tribe could not transform into the moon form, and the combat power would not reach the peak. Today, the Fur Tribe is falling behind. How is it, Keyenes? Do you want to go down and help? Marco asked. Don't worry, let's see for a while. Keyenes wasn't in a hurry. A mere Jack the Drought, it's easy for Keyenes to solve it. Difficult thing is how to conquer the Fur Tribe. On the way here, Keyenes has been thinking about this question. What if the Fur Tribe does not surrender? Is he going to kill them all? Keyenes came to subdue his men, not to kill. Fur tribes are only valuable when they are alive, and they are worthless when they die. Now Jack the Drought has given Keyenes a big gift. There is nothing more convincing than kindness and kindness. In the battlefield, Jack the Drought fought fiercely with Inuarashi, the king of the Furry Duchy. The battle between the two is fierce, and every encounter will cause a super shock. Houses and buildings around the battlefield collapsed, with gas bombs. After a confrontation, Jack the Drought and Inuarashi separated, roaring and giving orders. The pirates under Jack obeyed, took out their cannons, and fired gas bombs at the Fur Tribe. After a series of explosions, the purple gas begins to spread across the furry country. The poisonous gas was so powerful that the fur warriors who inhaled the poisonous gas fell one after another. Some barely able to support, but also greatly reduced combat power. The dog was also seized by Jack, who was slashed by him and shot out heavily. Hand over the ninja warrior. Jack appeared behind Inuarashi and roared in a low voice. I don't know what you're talking about. There are no ninja warriors in this country. You're looking in the wrong place. While vomiting blood, Dogstorm roared in a low voice. Stubborn guy, courting death. Not getting the answer he wanted, Jack was even more angry. The scimitar in his hand was raised high and slashed down towards Tion Lawn angrily. Stop, Lord Duke, do not want. The surrounding fur tribes fell into despair and roared. Just at the critical moment, a flame of fire descended from the sky and came behind Jack at lightning speed. Swish! With a flying kick, Jack was directly kicked out. The body flew out like a cannonball, smashing a group of pirates to their knees. Appearing in front of everyone was a flying bird burning with flames, and it was the Phoenix Marco. Very good. The Duke has been saved. Who is he? No matter who he is, he saved the Duke anyway. The fur warriors were very excited, but the expressions of the pirates under Jack changed drastically. How could they not know Marco the Phoenix? In the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco was number 2. After joining the Caro Empire, Marco offered a higher bounty, and his name became more famous than before. Why is Marco here? Did Keyenes have his eye on Zo too? No wonder Jack's men were terrified. Marco has been helping Keyenes to expand his territory since he joined the Caro Empire. Now Keyenes' name is more notorious than that of Kaido of the Beasts. Flutter, flutter. Marco shook his wings and fanned out the phoenix flames, dispelling the surrounding poisonous gas and opening up a safe space. Jack stood up from the ruins, staring at Marco with a dark expression. Marco, what do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's just that the captain ordered to rescue these people. Marco said with a smile. Captain's orders. As soon as the statement came out, Jack's face changed greatly, and the pirates behind him were all terrified. At this moment, All the poisonous gas around was swept by the air and gathered towards the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a black hole slowly spinning in the sky, and all the poisonous gas was swallowed up by the black hole. Keyenes descended from the sky in the dragon Leviathan and landed in the center of the battlefield. Keyenes! Seeing Keyenes appear, Jack took 2 steps back involuntarily, his face instantly covered with sweat. As for the group of pirates behind him, just as the panic in their hearts surfaced, they lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Keyenes' Conqueror's Hockey has been released, and in just an instant, all of Jack's pirates are gone. He was the only one who could remain conscious. Keyenes, before Jack could finish speaking, he saw that Keyenes had raised his palm at him. The next moment, Jack was directly sucked by Keyenes. A pitch-black palm pierced Jack's chest like a long knife, directly shattering his heart. His proud zone defense was as fragile as tissue paper in the hands of Keyenes. You. Jack vomited blood. His eyes were round. His face was hideous and unwilling, but his body's weakness and severe pain came together. Then the scene in his eyes began to blur, and finally fell into an endless darkness. Just like that, Jack the Drought, whose bounty is as high as 1 billion Bailey, was killed by Keyenes. Puff! Jack's body fell weakly, splashing a cloud of dust. The surrounding fur warriors stared at Keyenes in astonishment, as if living in a dream. They had seen Jack's fighting strength. Duke Inuarashi and Cat Viper had been fighting against him for days and nights without a winner. However, Keyenes killed him as easily as pinching an ant. Some of the fur warriors didn't even see Keyenes' movements before Jack was killed. Keyenes, you are the killing tyrant John Keyenes. After Duke Inuarashi recognized the identity of Keyenes, the vigilance in his heart was elevated to ultimate at this moment. Jack is a dangerous man, their enemy. But in his opinion, Keyenes is 1,000 times more dangerous than Jack. Although the country of Zoe is closed off from outside world, the newspaper bird can also come here, so Inuarashi also knows Keyenes. As the strongest of the 4 emperors, Keyenes is best known for his cruelty and tyranny. Any person or force who is unwilling to surrender to Keyenes and reject Keyenes' solicitation will be mercilessly slaughtered by Keyenes, destroying their country and genocide. There is no kindness for no reason in the world. Although Keyenes saved them, it does not mean that Keyenes is their friend. Keyenes will come to this country. There must be his purpose. Today, although the fur tribe has no enemy of Jack, they have to face an enemy that is thousands of times more terrifying than Jack. Keyenes looked back at Inuarashi and smiled indifferently. Anyway, I saved all of you fur tribesmen. Shouldn't you say thank you first? Your Excellency is right. I really want to thank His Majesty Keyenes for saving our life. He stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. But I still have to ask clearly, what is the purpose of Lord Keyenes coming to the kingdom of Zoe? Keyenes smiled faintly. I'm here to rule this country. Keyenes didn't beat around the bush, just stating his intentions directly. Your Excellency Inuarashi should be very aware of my style of conduct. Now that Zoe has been spotted by me, it can't escape. And the price of rejecting me, I'm afraid you can't afford it. Inuarashi was furious, but he kept the anger down in his heart. Inuarashi knew that he couldn't be impulsive and couldn't do anything against Keyenes. Otherwise, everyone in this country will die here today. Rule this country? What are you kidding? Didn't you save Duke Inuarashi? Are you also an enemy? The faces of the surrounding fur warriors changed. At this moment, a very strange mad roar suddenly came from a distance, similar to cat meowing, but also similar to a tiger roar. With a roar, countless figures flew from a distance and instantly surrounded Keyenes and Marco's regiment dash. The group of knights from the White Whale Forest came, headed by the king of the night in the furry principality, the Viper. You say you want to rule this country? Watch Lousy kill you. As soon as the cat Viper appeared, it directly launched a killing move on Keyenes. Hey, stinky cat, you. Inuarashi wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Everyone saw Cat Viper rushing towards Keyenes, the sharp claws of both hands exuding a sharp cold light, and the speed was as fast as a rocket. But Keyenes didn't even look back. His figure simply flashed and disappeared. The next moment, the cat viper, which was flying in midair, was suddenly hit hard. Keyenes punched him in the back, hitting him straight to the ground. Swish! As he stood up, cat viper spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the bones all over his body crackled. In just one exchange, he was seriously injured. Of course, Keyenes was merciful. Otherwise, this punch would directly kill the cat viper. Not only him, but also the back of the giant elephant would have been hurt. A strong gravity suddenly appeared on cat viper's body, making him unable to move. After that, Keyenes sat directly on the cat viper. Boss cat viper. When the members of the Knights group saw that cat viper was seriously injured, they roared and rushed forward immediately. But it was stopped by Duke Inuarashi's roar. Stop! Y'all don't move! Inu Lan jumped in front of the Knights and stopped them. He is John Keyenes, the killing tyrant, strongest of the 4 emperors, and you are no match for him. Stand back. Your Duke is right. Keyenes leaned on cat viper and smiled lowly. Even if everyone in your country goes together, they're no match for me. Like this. Keyenes' pupils shrank, and a powerful conqueror's haki burst out in an instant. The impact of conquerors was like a tsunami, setting off a turbulent wave that instantly swept all the fur tribes around. The next moment, all the fur warriors rolled their eyes, lost consciousness, and fell to the ground. There are less than 20 people who can still maintain consciousness. But these 20 people also all have weak legs, their whole body is weak, and there is no battle strength. This is... Everyone was knocked down. The soldiers were shocked. Don't worry, they have just fainted. Duke Inuarashi has also seen the world, and naturally knows what conqueror's haki is. Have you considered it? Inuarashi and cat viper? Keyenes looked at Inuarashi in front of him, and patted the cat viper under his feet. Since you know me, you should know my methods. On this sea, no one can refuse me, and no one dares to refuse me. Those who dare to reject me are all dead. Keyenes' voice was cold, as if it could freeze a person's heart. If we accept your rule, can you spare my people? Inuarashi asked in a low voice. Hey, old dog, what nonsense are you talking about? Before Keyenes could speak, cat viper was already furious. Shut up, idiot. We have no choice. Inu Arashir stared at cat viper, his expression more serious than ever. You should understand that this man is not something we can resist. If you reject him, people in this country are going to die today. Do you want to see that result? Hearing the words, the cat's face stiffened, and the cat fell silent. Inuarashi is right. This is your only choice. Keyenes chuckled and said, Don't worry. I'm very loose on my subordinates. As long as you're loyal to me and fights for me, the people of Zou can live very happily. Not only that, but no one will dare to invade this country again in the future. Something like Jack the Drought will never happen again. Inuarashi was silent for a while, then stepped forward and knelt down in front of Keyenes on one knee. If you can protect this country, I'm willing to serve you. Keyenes nodded, then looked at the cat viper under his feet. How about you? Cat viper, what do you say? Cat viper and Inuarashi are both the kings of the kingdom of Zou. If you want to rule this country, you must conquer these 2 kings first. I can also promise, but there's one thing we must do next. Cat viper said in a deep voice. Rest assured, I will not restrict your freedom. Keyenes stepped off the cat viper, and with a wave of his hand, the gravity dissipated. At the same time, a unicorn flag fell into the hands of Duke Inuarashi. Put this flag on Zou, and from now on, this country will be officially included in the territory of the Karo Empire. I understand. Inuarashi took the flag and said respectfully, By the way, there's a red stone in this country, right? Keyenes asked suddenly. Duke Inuarashi and cat viper's faces stiffened. Both of them wanted to deny it, but neither of them dared. The consequences of cheating on Keyenes were severe, and they couldn't afford it. Indeed, in the whale forest, the cat pit viper pointed to the forest in the distance, and there was a big tree that stood out. Not only because it is huge and stands out from the crowd, but more importantly, the shape of the tree is like a whale. Move the redstone out, I'll take it with me. Keyenes said coldly. Clear. Inuarashi and Cat Viper did not dare to refuse and ordered Pedro, Cecilia, and others to carry the red stone in the whale forest. Not long after, Pedro and 3 musketeers came over with a huge red stone. This is the Crimson Stone, the special historical text of the road sign. There are countless historical texts in the world, but there are only 4 such red ones. Connect the locations marked by the 4 crimson stones on the map, and their junction is the end of the Grand Line, where Raftel is located. 6 months ago, Keyenes defeated the Bigmum pirates and obtained the Crimson Stone belonging to Bigmum from the world. Now this one from Zoe is the 2nd Crimson Stone that Keyenes got. Although Keyenes is not interested in Raftel, since he has the Crimson Stone, there is no reason to let it go. Keyenes grabbed with a big hand, and a small black hole appeared in the palm of his hand, aiming at the Crimson Stone. The powerful gravitational force of the black hole erupted, pulling the Crimson Stone into the black hole. The huge Crimson Stone kept shrinking and was eventually engulfed by the black hole. Remember, dog, cat, viper, Zoe is already my country. Leaving the last sentence, Keyenes leaped and flew over the head of the fire dragon Leviathan. Marco greeted Inuarashi and Cat Viper, turned into a phoenix, and followed behind Keyenes. The two turned into 2 streams of light, flew into the sky and clouds, and disappeared completely. Marco, Inuarashi, and Cat Viper are old acquaintances. After all, the 2 of them have been on Whitebeard's boat before. It's just that in this situation, Marco can't persuade Keyenes with his own face. Not going to the worst situation, let Marco breathe a sigh of relief. The same is true for Inu Arisher and Cat Viper. Seeing Keyenes leave, the pressure in their hearts was finally relieved. Although the country of Zoe was merged into Keyenes' command, the country was bound and had to obey Keyenes' orders. But at least they saved the lives of the people today, which is a great fortune among misfortunes. Above the clouds in the sky, Keyenes stood on the head of the fire dragon Leviathan, and the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! It is detected that host has subdued the fur tribes in the country of Zoe, and the subjugation task has been completed. Do you want to receive the reward? Receive. Congratulations to the host for completing the subduing task and obtaining observation hockey, listening to the voice of all things. Congratulations to the host for completing the subduing task and obtaining observation hockey, listening to the voice of all things. As the electronic sound ended, a surge of power poured into Keyenes' body and was instantly absorbed by him. At the same time, Keyenes felt that his consciousness is clear and bright, and the 6 senses suddenly evolved. Keyenes can clearly feel that his observation hockey has improved again. Not only that, Keyenes looked at everything in the world and had a different feeling. Originally, Keyenes could only hear the breath of everything in the world, but now he can read the language of everything in the world based on this breath. Everything in the world seems to have no secrets in his eyes, and he can read the world at a glance. Is this what Roger felt like back then? Keyenes found it amazing, and the omnipresence fascinated him. As far as Keyenes knows, so far, only one Peace King Roger has been able to use this power skillfully. With this power, Keyenes is satisfied. He has a hunch that this force will definitely play a huge role in the future. Above the clouds in the sky, Keyenes was sitting on the head of the dragon Leviathan. On the return trip, Leviathan was not flying at full speed, so Keyenes had not yet returned to the kingdom of Caro. Wow! Suddenly, Keyenes' observation hockey caught the trail of a delivery bird. A newspaper delivery bird flew in the distance, and when he saw the fire dragon Leviathan, he did not dare to approach, but under the traction of Keyenes' consciousness, it still came to him. After dropping a newspaper, the delivery bird flew away quickly. Keyenes opened the newspaper to watch, and what caught his eye was the news of the defeat of the 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo. Straw Hat Luffy and Trafalgar Law teamed up to form the Pirate League and defeated Doflamingo in Dressrosa. This arrogant king in the underground world has become a stepping stone for the 2 newcomers. Hey, was Doflamingo actually defeated? Marco was also a little surprised when he saw the newspaper. In any case, Doflamingo is a big guy anyway, and he has been famous as Shichibukai for many years. This is the cruelty of the new era. In this runaway era, people with insufficient strength will eventually be submerged by the tide of the times. Keyenes said indifferently, Doflamingo was defeated because he was too weak. Does it matter? We have a deal with Doflamingo. Marco asked softly, what is the relationship between us? Keyenes sneered disdainfully. The technology of the artificial devil fruit has been mastered by Judge, and the weapons we have are also sufficient. Now, whether there is Doflamingo or not, it has no effect on us. The reason why Dressrosa hasn't been shot by me myself is because he still had a bit of use left. Now that he is defeated, it is time to send troops. You're thinking? Ah, that's right. Keyenes threw out the newspaper and the bounty in his hand. It's time for the Kingdom of Caro to expand to Dressrosa, and Marine's last branch in the New World should be completely destroyed. After Keyenes had defeated naval headquarters, Marine had withdrawn from New World, leaving only the last G5 branch. It is far from the sea of the Caro Kingdom, and it is very close to the country of Doflamingo. In addition, the Marine soldiers of the G5 branch have a bad style and are extremely vicious, and they're not of great use. So Keyenes has never sent troops there. Now that Doflamingo has been defeated and Dressrosa has lost its master, Keyenes naturally wants to bring it into the Kingdom of Caro. Making up his mind, Keyenes took out the phone bug and dialed a number. Blue, blue, blue. Blue, blue, blue. After the phone worm rang a few times, it was connected, and the snail took on the appearance of Enel. Hey, it's me. What's the matter with me, Captain Kane? Enel's voice came from the opposite side. Did you hear the news of Doflamingo's defeat? Keyenes asked. I heard that. Enel sneered a few times. I didn't expect that this idiot would be beaten by two idiots. What a waste. What happens to Doflamingo is none of our business. He's out of use anyway. Keyenes coldly commanded. From now on, you will lead the army under your command to expand towards the Dressrosa Sea area until you completely capture that sea area. Yes, I understand. I'll do it right away, Enel said. Okay, that's it. After speaking, Keyenes directly hung up the phone bug. When Keyenes ended the call, Marco was still reading his own newspaper, his eyes fixed. What's the matter? Is there anything on it that appeals to you? Keyenes asked with a chuckle. Hey, Keyenes, can I ask you one thing? Marco said suddenly in a low voice. Say what you want. About Luffy. Marco pointed to the photo of Luffy in the newspaper and said in a low voice, in the future, if there is a conflict between Luffy and the Carlo Empire, can you spare him once? After all, he's Ace's younger brother. Marco and Ace were very close. Although Ace is dead, Marco still wants to protect his brother. He really didn't want to see Luffy die at the hands of Emperor Carlo one day. Keyenes squinted slightly, glanced at Marco, then smiled indifferently. Yes, as long as he doesn't come to me, I can give him a chance to live. But if he manages to come to me, then I can't guarantee it. Everyone who comes to me is my challenger, and I don't have the habit of showing mercy to challengers. If Luffy couldn't even walk up to Keyenes, Keyenes wouldn't care about the life of a little boy. For the sake of Marco and the remnants of the White-Beard pirates, it's not impossible to let him go once. Understood, thank you. Marco bowed his head in thanks. Haha, don't say it's so hard, he's just a rough boy. Keyenes laughed. Moreover, as a pirate, he must have been prepared to die in battle. You are pleading for him now, looking down on him and insulting his dignity as a pirate. Marco, don't underestimate the dignity of a pirate. Sometimes dignity is more important than life. Call. A gust of wind howls. The fire dragon Leviathan fluttered and soared, speeding up and leaving the sea with Keyenes and Marco. In the Kingdom of Caro, after receiving the order of Keyenes, Enel immediately summoned the 2nd Legion under his command. Afterwards, the soldiers of the 2nd Legion and the pirates from various places quickly assembled. 10 super-large warships departed from the sea area of the Caro Empire, heading towards the sea area where Dressrosa was located. Although Doflamingo is only a small 7 warlords of the sea, his master has a lot of resources and has deals with many underground kings and Keyenes Kaido. His downfall caused ups and downs in the underground world, and the whole world was affected. Many countries that depended on the weapons he provided to go to war have quelled the war. As Doflamingo said, the reins that bound the monsters of the New World were in his hands. As soon as he fell, Keyenes acted immediately. Not only Keyenes, but also Kaido and Wanakuni. This time, the New World will become even more chaotic, and the turmoil has become unstoppable. New World Wanakuni. Upon learning of Doflamingo's defeat, Kaido of the Beasts was furious, crying and angry alternatively. For this reason, several pirates were also sent flying by him to vent his anger. "Hey, go." When asked Jack to bring Joker back, inside the Onishima cave, Kaido gave an order. However, what responded to him was bad news. A pirate younger brother stepped forward and said in a trembling voice, "Master Jack can't be reached, and the phone bug has been in a state of not being connected." "What the hell is that idiot doing?" Keyenes was even more angry. At this moment, the flame disaster came in a hurry and came to Kaido. "You look anxious. What's the matter?" Kaido asked in a low voice. "Something happened, Captain Kaido," he said in a low voice. "Jack's life card has been burned to ashes, and it means Jack is dead." "What did you say?" Kaido's pupils shrank, and a powerful conqueror's haki burst out from him. The surrounding pirate soldiers were impacted and instantly lost consciousness and fell to the ground. "Jack is dead? Who did it?" Kaido was furious and shouted loudly. "Dare to kill lousy subordinates. Which bastard is so bold? Is it Marine?" "It's not clear yet." Yin shook his head and said, "Jack did not return any useful information before he died, and thus the identity of the murderer could not be found out. Damn it, which bastard did it? Check it out for lousy. This matter can't be left alone." Kaido ordered sharply. "I understand. I've already sent someone to investigate. Jack went to Zou before his death, so the Fur tribes are the most suspected." "Fur tribe? How could that kind of rubbish kill Jack?" Jack is one of the three disasters personally selected by Kaido. Although he is the weakest of the three disasters, his combat power is also extremely strong, with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. Kaido didn't believe that a mere group of fur tribes could kill him. First Doflamingo was defeated and can no longer provide artificial devil fruit. Then Jack is killed. Kaido was in a bad mood with a series of bad news. After drinking the wine in the gourd, Kaido turned into a dragon and rose to the sky. Accompanied by the thunder and lightning over the Ghost Island, Kaido rushed into the dark clouds of thunder and lightning and roared recklessly. Roar! A dragon's breath shot out of Kaido's mouth, completely shattering the edge of the island. The entire Ghost Island trembled violently, as if it would sink at any moment. The tens of thousands of pirates on the island shivered, and each and every one of them was heartbroken. Kaido wouldn't have thought that the one who actually killed Jack would be Keyenes. Sano Island is far from Wanakuni, and it will take at least several weeks to get there. And the guidance of life card is connected to Jack's life and has been destroyed with his death. The subordinates sent by Yin did not have the guidance of the life card, and even if it took a month or two, they might not be able to reach Swo Island. By the time Kaido found out that the murderer was Keyenes, it was too late, and the situation in the world had already changed drastically. Carlo Empire, Hentang Sky Garden. It had been a week since Enel sent troops, and Keyenes had already returned to the kingdom of Karo. Hearing the victory news from all over the place, Keyenes was in a good mood. Just then, Keyenes' exclusive phone bug rang. After connecting, Alpha's voice came from the opposite side. "Captain Keyenes, it's me. I have important news to share with you." "Speak directly, what's the matter?" "I found traces of the Revolutionary Army in the kingdom of Trotus." "Revolutionary Army?" Keyenes narrowed his eyes, and there was a flash of coldness. Although the purpose of the Revolutionary Army and Keyenes is the same, they both want to bring down the world and conquer. But Keyenes and the Revolutionary Army were not necessarily friends. "Is it a spy?" "It should be a spy. The pirates under my command chased after him, but they didn't catch him, so he escaped. It's just that they found a letter from their hiding place, which should have been left on purpose by them." "What is the content of the letter?" Keyenes asked in a low voice. "It's a letter from the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, to His Majesty, saying that he wants to meet His Majesty, and the meeting place is on Fadalo Island." "Understood," You don't have to worry about this." After speaking, Keyenes directly hung up the phone book. Entering Sky Garden, Keyenes was sitting alone on the throne, silent, his eyes darkened. The dragon took the initiative to contact him at this time, and Keyenes really couldn't guess what his real purpose was. Since he can form a huge revolutionary army and become a headache of world government, the strength and wisdom of the dragon can be seen in general. This is a person who advances both in civil and military approach, not a reckless man with just brute force. In this matter, he is a lot like Keyenes. Forget it, it's okay to meet him. I also want to see what tricks he wants to play. Keyenes smiled nonchalantly, not suspecting that it was a conspiracy or a trap set up against him by the Revolutionary Army. In other words, even if they have plots or traps, Keyenes is not afraid. This is the confidence that absolute strength brings. "Leviathan, go." At the command of Keyenes, Leviathan immediately turned into a fire dragon, carrying Keyenes into the sky. FL. A roar of dragons spread throughout the entire Karo Empire. Many citizens looked up at the palace, only to see a fire dragon flying out of the palace, and after shooting into the clouds in the sky, it disappeared completely. 3 days later, Keyenes came to a remote area of the New World. This sea area is a borderless land, and it is uninhabited. In other words, it is precisely because the islands in this sea area are scarce and have little value, so no one has thought about occupying this place. Even Keyenes didn't like this sea. The only island that can be named in this sea area is Fatala Island, an island where lawless elements gather. In the situation of Keyenes' crazy expansion of territory, such a barren and remote island may be the last respite for many pirates and outlaws. When Keyenes took the dragon Leviathan to the sky over the island, the pirates and outlaws on the island chose to flee for the first time. They hid here in order to avoid the pursuit of the Kalo Empire Kingdom. Unexpectedly, the cadres of the Kalo Empire Kingdom did not come, but the most powerful slaughter tyrant came in person. Many pirates looked at the fire dragon Leviathan circling in the sky with a dull look, with a wry smile and despair. They don't even have the courage to run away. At the same time, in a house in the corner of the island town, the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army who were in charge of vigilance discovered the trace of the fire dragon for the first time. "Chief, here comes Keyenes." A soldier rushed into the room and said, panicked. In the room, there was only one person. He was wrapped in green robes, and the firelight illuminated his face, revealing special tattoos. This man is the most vicious criminal in the world, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. "I know. You should evacuate first." Long stood up and said to his soldiers, "How does this work? How can we leave you alone on this island?" The soldier quickly refused. "It's useless. Facing that man, even if you stay, it won't help me much," Dragon said as he walking down the dark passage. "Just let me meet that man alone. The man who single-handedly created the era of Berserk and reinvented the world's conquest. Don't worry, even if there is a war, I have the confidence to retreat." After speaking, a strong wind blew in the room. When the gust of wind disappeared, the figure of the dragon had also disappeared. At the same time, the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army in the garrison also followed Long's order and began to evacuate the island. Keyenes stood on the head of the dragon Leviathan. Observation hockey enveloped the entire island, locking every breath on the island. Soon, the most powerful aura was locked by Keyenes. When Keyenes looked, he saw a dragon appearing on the roof of a tall building. The eyes of the two met each other across the space of thousands of meters, as if sparks were splashed. Keyenes jumped from the head of the dragon Leviathan and finally landed on the roof of a tall building opposite the dragon. At this moment, all the people in the whole town have run away. The surroundings were dead silent, except for the faint sound of the breeze blowing. "I have come like you asked," Keyenes said coldly. "I've been waiting for a long time." Long responded, "In fact, I wanted to meet you a long time ago, but I never had the chance." "See me?" Keyenes smiled nonchalantly. "What did a Revolutionary Army leader want to see me for? We don't have anything in common. If there is, then one is the most vicious criminal in the world. The other is the most brutal criminal in the world, and that's it." Dragon smiled deeply. "You said a lot, We have different identities and different positions, but we all have the same purpose. The dragon looked at Keyenes with sharp eyes, as if to see Keyenes inside and out. Although you have been offered a reward, you still retain your identity as a king and do not admit that you are a pirate. If I think correctly, your goal is not one piece, but the world. From this point of view, our purpose is the same, and we can even join forces. No, I don't think so. Keyenes chuckled and shook his head. My goal is indeed to conquer the world and become the king of the world. But what I want is the unity of the whole world. I have the ability to govern a unified world in the future, have a definite plan, and have great strength and power. What about you? Has your revolutionary army figured out the way forward? Keyenes looked at the dragon with a mocking smile. Although the strength of the revolutionary army is good now, it is far worse than marine, let alone conquering the world. Although there are not a few countries that have changed their regimes due to the ideas of the revolutionary army, but how many of them are powerful countries, right? The world government countries being affected are even more rare. The revolutionary army has been established for decades, but the victories you have achieved are negligible and have not weakened the power of world government. If the current situation continues, how many years do you think it will take for the revolutionary army to overthrow the world and conquer it? 10 years? 20 years? Or 30 years? I don't think you can do it in even 50 years, right? When you're old, who else will follow your orders? When your thoughts are spent under the torrent of time, the revolutionary army will be defeated. No, even if I die, my thoughts will be passed down and won't be lost over time. Dragon said in a deep voice, it is not something that can be accomplished overnight. As long as the revolutionary army can continue, it will succeed one day in the future. Ridiculous. Keyenes sneered. Your methods are too weak. Your strength is not strong enough. And your thoughts without force are just a ball of cotton. And it is impossible to shake the world government's rule. It's only been 4 years since I recaptured the Carlo Empire, but now I have defeated the naval headquarters, beheaded 2 marine admirals and 2 marine marshals. I have conquered more than 10 member countries, and more than 20 member countries have taken refuge in me. Because of this, the power of world government has greatly weakened, and it took me only 4 years to do what the revolutionary army hadn't done in 20 years. Dragon, your means are too weak to accomplish the great grandness in your heart. But if you want to cooperate, I can give you a chance. Keyenes looked at the dragon in front of him and said slowly, in the near future, the Carlo Empire is bound to break out into a full-scale war with naval headquarters and world government. If the revolutionary army is interested, it can come to participate in the war. This is also the only opportunity for the revolutionary army to participate in the act of overthrowing world government. Facing Keyenes' proposal, naturally Dragon refused, shaking his head. Keyenes, you are too extreme and your methods are too cruel. Although what you have done has greatly weakened the power of world government, it has also caused the demise of countless countries and the deaths of countless civilians. Even if you can defeat the world government with this method, you will become a tyrant in the future. And I just can't believe that a tyrant can rule a whole new world. World government is a tyrant whose rule has devastated the world, and the world does not need a second tyrant. Hee, ridiculous idea. Keyenes shook his head and sneered, then his eyes turned cold. At the same time, the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! Host triggers the dragon slaying quest. It was detected that the leader of the revolutionary army, the dragon, had a conflict with the host, and they will confront each other in the future. Please, the host, kill the dragon as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. Quest reward: 1 killing puppet and a top devil fruit. When the electronic sound of the system ended, Keyenes remained calm, but his eyes became colder. If it's not right to talk, then don't talk about it. Those who are destined to be my enemies, it is better to simply die here. As soon as the voice fell, Keyenes had already shot, and the figure disappeared instantly. Pot! A slash burst out of the sky, directly splitting the high-rise building under the dragon's feet in half. The slash extended out, leaped several kilometers, and cut off all the tall buildings along the way, leaving a bottomless ravine on the ground. The dragon appeared in midair, surrounded by a hurricane. It is by virtue of the hurricane that the dragon can fly in the sky. Call! I saw the dragon raised his palm, and a tornado erupted from his palm, hitting Keyenes at high speed. The tornado whistled and spun, and the extremely fast-rotating wind was as sharp as a blade, tearing the wreckage of buildings along the way into pieces. Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed it, and a black hole appeared in front of him. The powerful black hole's gravitational force exploded, and the tornado disappeared into it. You don't even want to leave. Keyenes' palm pointed at the dragon in the sky, and the black hole's gravity exploded, pulling it over. Unable to escape the attraction of the black hole's gravity, the dragon grabbed it with a big hand, and the dark clouds in the sky immediately began to roll violently, and then a thick thunderbolt fell from the sky, headed towards Keyenes. Keyenes swung his sword and slashed, and the sword chi rose into the sky, splitting the falling thunder. But the dragon also took this opportunity to escape the control of the black hole's gravity. He turned into a tornado and flew away from the island. After some fights, Long already knew the gap between himself and Keyenes. In head-to-head combat, he was no match for Keyenes. Besides, he only came to talk to Keyenes today, and there was no need to fight, and naturally he didn't want to fight Keyenes to the death. Want to go? Keyenes smiled indifferently, turning into a streamer and tracing away. If Long wanted to leave, he had to first ask him if he would answer. Keyenes holds a black knife in his hand, and the cherry blossoms are wrapped around the blade, which has covered the best armament hockey. Devouring the knife vacuum world, Keyenes slashed furiously and roared out without energy, forming a black hole sphere, which shot towards the dragon. Where the black hole knife gas passed, the space distorted and collapsed, causing a chain of black holes to disintegrate and explode, forming a flame tail. A powerful hurricane suddenly erupted from the dragon in the distance, and at the same time, there were endless thunderstorms in the sky, hitting the black hole. It's just that the moment the lightning strikes the black hole's knife gas, it is directly swallowed and decomposed by the black hole, and the damage it can cause is extremely limited. In the end, the black hole hit the hurricane in the distance, and then shot into the endless sea. Boom! The black hole's slashing power exploded, forming a giant great fireball with a diameter of several hundred meters, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, nearly 1,000 meters high. A black hole appeared in the center of the explosion, which devoured the flames and shock waves, and then disintegrated and exploded, producing new flames and shock waves. In this cycle, the extreme destructive power is endless and never-ending. Keyenes appeared above the sky, in front of the endless cycle of black holes being born and annihilated. The endless explosions continued, blasting the sea out of a huge pothole. The raging fire burned in the sea, and the evaporated sea water caused a mist of water in the sky. Puff! Suddenly, a black shadow emerged from the sea of fire and turned into a stream of light that shot into the distance. The man was in a state of embarrassment, with blood dripping faintly visible, and he was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long. Just looking at the speed of his escape, the injuries he received were not very serious. With the strength of Keyenes today, a single move in the vacuum world is enough to seriously injure or even kill Admiral. But Long was only slightly injured, showing that his strength is extraordinary. What exactly he used to resist the damage, Keyenes did not find out. Dragon has always been a mystery, as has his devil fruit ability. The only thing Keyenes knows so far is that dragons can cause hurricanes, create lightning, and cause climate change. Judging by the way he fights, it's not Zoan, it should be Paramecia. At the moment when the dragon fled, Keyenes had caught up, and the speed of the flight was only too fast. About a few minutes later, Keyenes caught up with the dragon, who was already within his reach. Boom! The clouds in the sky rioted, and the endless electric snakes roamed. With the control of the dragon, countless thunderbolts fell like a torrential rain, slashing towards Keyenes. Keyenes' pupils flickered red, and the future picture flickered, and he had already seen all the directions where the lightning fell. Boo! 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 The speed of Keyenes increased sharply, flickering vertically and horizontally in midair, leaving behind afterimages, avoiding all the falling lightning. Dragon, you can't escape. Keyenes' voice boomed, banging in the dragon's ears. Devouring knife, traceless world. As Keyenes swung the knife, the space seemed to be dislocated, leaving a round of circular knife light. Then countless knife shadows burst out of the air, covering all directions where the dragon fled, leaving him nowhere to escape. The dragon's movement speed also increased suddenly, dodging hundreds of sword chi in an instant. If it cannot be avoided, use the hurricane to cut it, and then use the shock wave of the collision to speed up the escape speed. The dragon's combat experience is very rich, and he knows how to use strength to fight, and his comprehensive strength is not weaker than any four emperors. Keyenes looked indifferent, raised his hand to grab the dragon in the distance, and a powerful black hole gravitational force erupted, causing his speed to drop sharply. Not only that, but a black field suddenly erupted from Keyenes, instantly sweeping the surrounding area for thousands of meters. The dragon is also in the black hole realm of Keyenes, as if he has a mountain on his back, and his speed slows down again. Keyenes, you and I are not enemies. Why should we fight each other? The dragon turned around, raised his right hand high, and crashed down. For a time, the space trembled and rioted. A dozen thick tornadoes took shape and swept toward Keyenes as the storm swelled. Wherever the tornado passes, the sea, BFA, is torn apart, rolling up endless seas. Even the sea kings couldn't escape the hurricane's swept, and after being caught in the hurricane, they were torn to shreds, and their flesh was spattered. That's what it looks like. Keyenes smiled nonchalantly, then slashed down with the knife. The light of the knife flies and traverses out. With the fall of the knife, the whole world turned silent. As the knife slashed, a dozen tornadoes were immediately cut off. Then the second wave of knife light came vertically and horizontally, directly breaking all the tornadoes into pieces. At this moment, the dragon's ultimate move has struck again. I saw that the sky above this sea area was completely shrouded in black clouds. The endless falling thunders coalesced into a single ball of lightning that crashed toward Keyenes. This trick is almost identical to Enel's laying. Ball of lightning. As long as people who know how to use lightning ability, almost all develop it. Nothing unusual. If Enel can develop it, so can dragon. Not only that, the endless gusts of wind gathered around the dragon, forming a hurricane torrent that charged towards Keyenes. Before the hurricane hit, Keyenes felt the pressure. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Although the wind is invisible and invisible, as long as the speed is fast enough, it can be sharper than the blade of a knife. As long as it is large enough, the destructive power can surpass the impact of a tsunami. Keyenes took to the sky, the sword in front, and armament hockey and conqueror's hockey poured out, covering the blade. Pin. The sword light flashed, and a half-moon-shaped black and red slash shot into the sky. Devouring knife to kill life. A knife fell, and the ball lightning was instantly divided into two, and a gap was split from the middle. Then a black hole appeared out of nowhere, swallowing the ball of lightning that split into two halves. Keyenes kept making moves, splitting the ball lightning at the same time. The second move had already been shot. As the long knife fell, the 6 black holes shot out, turning into black lights of 6 paths and disappearing. The black hole devours the 6 unbounded spaces. This is the ultimate move that seriously injured Akainu. Keyenes has only used it once, and today is the second time. The speed of the black hole has already surpassed the speed of light, and the space is twisted and exploded wherever it goes, leaving a dark space crack. The hurricane tsunami created by the dragon was directly penetrated by the black hole and was swallowed up by the lasing of the black hole. But in the blink of an eye, Long's hurricane torrent ultimate move was broken. It's just that during this time, the dragon has fled to a faraway place. Keyenes' observation hockey locked onto the dragon in the distance, red light flashing in his eyes. "Want to go?" "It's not that easy." With a big wave of Keyenes' hand, the 6 black holes in the air immediately shot towards the dragon in the distance. I saw 6 black holes merged into one, turning into a black streamer, which accurately penetrated the dragon's chest. Keyenes saw that the fleeing dragon spat out a mouthful of blood, but the figure didn't stop, and it exploded into a hurricane. After that, it was completely out of Keyenes' observation hockey's perception range. Although Keyenes' observation hockey has cultivated to its peak, it has its limits. As long as this limit is exceeded, Keyenes will no longer be able to find a trace of the dragon. The system does not prompt the completion of the task, which proves that the dragon is not dead. Keyenes' last killer move, at most, is to seriously injure him. It was pretty quick to escape. Keyenes suspended in the sky, retracted the knife, and sheathed it. His expression darkened. In general, dragons are stronger than Marine Admiral, equivalent to the 4 emperors of New World. Going it alone, he was far from a match for Keyenes. If Ishin fought to the death, of course Keyenes could kill him. It's just that the dragon didn't want to fight him to the death, but Ishin fled. His abilities are very diverse, and his escape speed is also very fast, so that he can exchange his life for injury and escape. Roar! The sound of the dragon roar sounded, and the fire dragon Leviathan flew from a distance. Keyenes flew over Leviathan and ordered softly, "Leviathan, go back." Leviathan let out a low growl in response, and flew with Keyenes towards the Caro kingdom. 2 days later, Keyenes returned to the royal palace of King Caro. It happened to receive news from Zou that Straw Hat Crew has arrived in Zou and is going to fight with Kaido. In the original book, after the Straw Hat Pirates arrived in Zou, the next stop should be to the Big Mom Pirates. But now that the Big Mom Pirates have been destroyed by Keyenes, the war with Kaido is naturally ahead of schedule. Coincidentally, Keyenes is also about to start a war against Kaido. It has been half a year since the destruction of the Big Mom Pirates and the territory left by Big Mom. The sea area Keyenes has been completely conquered. The 2 sea areas have also been connected together, and it is time for the Kingdom of Caro to start a war on the next target. Ranked behind Big Mom is naturally the Beast Pirates. Keyenes kills Jack the Drow, signaling to Kaido to go to war. But at present, Kaido has not received this signal. Carlo Palace, Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes sat at the dining table, and the maid brought a steady stream of food and wine to the table. While dining at Keyenes, Marco, Weibel, Shiryu of Rain, and others came one after another. Even Akiji, who had been wandering outside, arrived. "Since you're here, let's sit down and eat together," Keyenes said with a light smile. The dining table at Keyenes was large and rectangular enough to accommodate 40 or 50 people at the same time. Marco and others all sat down in their seats. Some devoured them, some ate elegantly, and had different forms. Swish! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot into the garden from the window and came to the room. It was Enel. Hey, aren't you waiting for me before starting the banquet?" Enel grinned, walked to his seat, and sat down. Keyenes looked at Enel and asked, "Is everything done out there?" It's done. Dressrosa has been taken, along with Dressrosa's neighbor, the Kingdom of Prudence," Enel said while eating a piece of flesh. "When I arrived with my troops, Dressrosa was already in ruins, and King Liku surrendered very honestly. As for the King of War in the Kingdom of Prudence, after a fight, he was also honest. The King of the Kingdom of Prudence is Elizabello II, who is born with a strong body and has the fist of the king. A single punch can destroy a war fortress, and the power is terrifying. Legend has it that even the 4 emperors could not take damage from this punch. But these words are only the boasting of those who are ignorant. The ignorant is fearless, the so-called king's fist, although the power is good. But in the eyes of the 4 emperors, it is only second-rate. For an attack that takes an hour to charge, no 4 emperors will wait for him to charge. Before he attacked, it was unknown how many times he had been killed, and every 4 emperors can easily destroy the so-called king's fist. It doesn't even need the 4 emperors to take action. Each of the top core cadres under Keyenes can do it. This time you are called to discuss war on the Beast Pirates. Keyenes looked around the crowd and said coldly, "The Big Mom pirates have been annexed, and the next step is naturally the Beast pirates where Kaido is." According to the tip, there are a few arrogant brats who are rushing to Wanakuni to challenge Kaido. We also take this opportunity to officially launch a full-scale war. Kaido, who wanted to come to Ishin to ask for his death, also disliked the fact that this banquet was not lively enough, so he just wanted to have some fun for him. Yaha, this god has been waiting for this day. Enel laughed wildly. Having not started a war for half a year, my bones are a little stiff. It's really uninteresting for the usual petty fights. Shiryu of the Rain bit his cigar, and a wisp of tobacco rose brightly, passing between his eyes and brows. My thunderstorm hasn't seen blood for a long time, and I just killed it. Otherwise, I can't help but shoot at that thunderbolt. Hey, what are you talking about? Do you want to test my divine power? In just a few words, Enel went head-to-head with Shiryu again. Marco shook his head helplessly, looked at Keyenes, and asked, "At present, the territory of the Karo Empire has not expanded to Wanakuni. Should you wait a little longer?" In the past, Keyenes fought mostly because of turf friction. Today, the sea area where Carlo Empire is expanding is still some distance away from Wanakuni. Actually, Keyenes didn't need to be in such a hurry. No, it's a waste of time. Keyenes shook his head nonchalantly. Since the strength is sufficient, there is no need to wait any longer. Defeat Kaido early, it's simpler. Keyenes' eyes were indifferent. A flash of blood appeared, and it disappeared. At this moment, the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! Host triggers the Imperial battle mission. Detected. The host will have a full-scale war with the Beast pirates. Please kill Kaido of the Beasts, destroy the Beast pirates, and win the final victory of the war. Quest reward: 2 killing puppets and 1 top devil fruit. Triggering the mission, Keyenes did not look on his face, looked around the crowd, and said coldly, "After the banquet is over, you all go down to assemble the army. When the army is assembled, set off immediately." As Keyenes gave the order to start the war, the troops of the Karo Empire were rapidly gathering. This time, Keyenes mustered only 50,000 troops. Among them, there are evolutionaries, ability people, and evolutionary ability people. A full 10,000 people were the vanguard of this war. The remaining 40,000 people are pirates. All of them are battle-hardened powerhouses in New World. Keyenes knew that Kaido had only 20,000 troops in Wanakuni and had to deal with the invasion of thousands of Wanakuni warriors. Keyenes brought 50,000 men, twice his strength enough. Whether it is the highest combat power or the lower level, Keyenes is above Kaido. 3 days later, 50,000 troops were assembled on the island of Lensa. Then the whole island slowly rose, freed from the shackles of the sea, and flew into the sky. This time, it's not Keyenes who controls the island, but Shiryu. New World, Wanakuni. The arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates and the Red Sheath 9 caused a big riot in Wanakuni. Because there is no challenge to Big Mom, Luffy's bounty is still only 500 million. The result of Luffy's challenge to Kaido is also predictable. He was killed by Kaido, and he was eventually put in prison. Keyenes can't agree with the behavior of these big guys in New World. Each one does not know the truth of cutting weeds and eradicating the roots, and they have to raise tigers. In this world, some people are doomed to be unconquerable. People like Luffy. People like this, after Keyenes caught him, never thought of polishing his spirits, but killed him directly. When a person dies, it is naturally 100-100, and all future troubles are eliminated. But Kaido likes to raise tigers, which leads to chaos in the prison. The army of thousands of samurai and the Straw Hat Pirates united and invaded Onishima. By the time Keyenes arrives at Wanakuni, the Onishima War has already broken out. The sound of artillery fire, fighting, and screams resounded endlessly on the island. At the top of the Ghost Island skeleton, Kaido fights Kinemon, Team All Viper, and other Red Sheath 9 heroes in Luffy, Luo, and Kid alone. Kaido has transformed into a Dragon Man form, and his combat power is fully exerted. In general battles, Kaido uses either human form or Blue Dragon form. Only if you really fight seriously, Kaido will transform into dragon form. Zoan devil fruit ability. Orc form can play the strongest combat power. Roar. With a roar, Kaido, the dragon man, spit out flames and shot straight into the sky. You can see it clearly even if you are thousands of meters away. It's really lively. On Sky Island, Keyenes folded his chest and watched the battle in the distance, smiling indifferently. The battle has started. When are we going to shoot? Shiryu of the Rain held the handle of the sword, and his body trembled a little. That's because of excitement. Seeing the brutal fight in front of him, Shiryu's bloodthirsty desire to kill has been awakened, and it is difficult to suppress it any longer. Behind Keyenes, Badgers, Enel, Weibel, and others are also eager to try. The battle between the four emperors is a rare one. The last war had been half a year ago, and they all reminisced about the previous war. Shiryu, take care of people on the island below. Keyenes gave the order. Understood. Shiryu gave a bloodthirsty smile. The speed of the island under his feet skyrocketed, and he flew towards the Ghost Island. Today's Ghost Island has been suspended in the sky by Kaido with flame clouds. If Keyenes and Shiryu hadn't been able to levitate the island, they wouldn't even be able to participate in the battle. The approach of another island also immediately aroused the vigilance of everyone on the Ghost Island. Countless eyes looked at the island that was approaching in the distance and looked shocked. It's the Tyrant, the killing Tyrant. Keyenes is coming. Yin Calamity looked at the island in the distance as his pupils shrank, completely bloodshot inside. A trace of unease emerged from the bottom of Yan's heart at the same time. Although the Beast Pirates encountered an invasion previously today, the enemy who invaded was just a group of young boys, and they did not take them seriously. But Keyenes was different. He had beheaded Big Mom, who was also one of the four emperors. Now that the Carlo Empire has invaded their territory, the Beast Pirates are already in danger of extinction. Why is the killing Tyrant here? The Carlo Empire is here. Are they going to fight us too? What is that? One of Kaido's enemy. The pirates of Beast Pirates have mixed reactions with thousands of different reactions. The pirates looked terrified, but the samurais were a little confused. Wano Kuni has been closed to the outside world for many years, and the samurai has no knowledge of the outside world, not even the name of Keyenes. Damn bastard. Actually launched an invasion at this time. Yin Calamity scolded in a low voice. After getting rid of Zoro, who was fighting with him, he transformed into a pterosaur and soared into the sky, flying to the top of the Ghost Island. Meanwhile, Plague Quinn also got rid of Sanji and rushed to the top of the skeleton. Compared with a group of hairy boys, Keyenes is the enemy they have to face. Kaido and others in the battle at the top of the skull naturally also noticed the arrival of Keyenes. After a collision, the battle was separated, but they did not act rashly for a while. Boom! Shiryu controlled Rinsa Island and Ghost Island to collide, and after a violent tremor, the two islands joined together. Let's go and meet Kaido. Keyenes smiled indifferently, and the fire dragon Leviathan under his feet suddenly roared and then soared into the sky. The senior core cadres under Keyenes all sat on the Leviathan's back and sat on it and flew into the sky. At the same time, Badgers, Cavendish, Jinbei, and others have led the pirates under their command to land on the Ghost Island. Since it is a war, of course it is king to king, generals to generals, soldiers to soldiers. Keyenes takes his core cadre against Kaido and his core cadre. They just need to lead people to kill the miscellaneous soldiers. Roar! Above the sky, a roar of dragon roar shook all directions. With a roar of dragon roar, the fire dragon Leviathan came to the sky above the cave of the Ghost Island. Kaido, Yin, Quinn, Luffy, and the Red Sheath Warrior all looked up. I saw black shadows descend from the sky and land on the battlefield. Bullet, Akiji, Marco, Enel, Weibel, Shiryu of Rain, Charlotte Katakuri, and Charlotte Smoothie. There are 8 people in total, and 6 of them have a bounty of more than 1 billion, which is the quasi-admiral strength. The bounty of the 2 exceeds 2 billion, which is a genuine admiral-level strength. The last person to fall was naturally Keyenes, the king of the Carlo Empire, who had the highest bounty on the sea and the most powerful person. Hey, why is this man here? Law looked up at Keyenes, who was slowly descending. His expression was extremely difficult to see. Among the three supernova pirate captains Luffy, Kid, and Law, only Law has a brain. Luffy and Kid are both mindless bastards. With such a lineup, the core cadres of the Carlo Empire have all arrived. I never heard that Keyenes was going to fight Kaido. Seeing such a lineup, Law was already frightened. Huh? Do you know them? Luffy tilted his head and asked suspiciously. Of all the people here, Luffy only knew Aokiji. Even Marco, who fought alongside him in Summit War, had long been forgotten by him. Jinbei once gave Luffy the common sense of the Karo Empire on the Fishman Island, but he had long forgotten about it too. The Straw Hat Pirates prepare to retreat. Law said, "Today's war can no longer continue. If we stay in this country, we will all die." What are you kidding about, bastard? The battle has only just begun. Kid's hatred for Kaido is indescribable. He will never leave unless he kills Kaido. Shut up, idiot. Don't you see your current situation? Finally, Keyenes landed on the battlefield, standing in front of Kaido. It's so lively here, Kaido. Keyenes looked around. His eyes were cold, and he said with a faint smile, I heard that there is a fire festival here today, but I'm not invited to the banquet. You shouldn't mind if I come by, right? Swept by Keyenes' eyes, everyone present felt their shoulders sink, and a strong pressure appeared out of thin air. The weakest ones were almost breathless. This guy is definitely stronger than Kaido. Everyone was terrified, especially Yen, whose eyes were fixed on Keyenes, and they never moved away for a moment. Keyenes, arrogant brat, are you here for death? Dragon Man Kaido held a mace and smashed it on the ground, instantly creating a big hole. Keyenes shook his head and smiled, and said lightly, No matter how you look at it, the one who is about to die should be you, right? How about you? Do you want me to help you? It doesn't matter to me to deal with a group of ants first and then deal with you. Arrogant brat, who are you to underestimate me? The roar fell, and Kaido instantly turned into an afterimage, shooting towards Keyenes. Faced with the killer move, Keyenes remained motionless. And behind him, Bullet grinned and flashed, appearing directly in front of Kaido. Boom! The mace and the fist collided, and a strong shock wave erupted to sweep the quartet. The Conqueror's Haki of the two also broke out at the same time and collided. The ground was cracked, and the surrounding hurricane raged. The dark clouds above their heads rolled violently, and then a huge crack with no end opened. The sky is cracked. Bang, 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 bang. Kaido and Bullet shot like lightning. But in the blink of an eye, the two had already met more than a dozen moves. Every time the two played against each other, a strong shock wave would erupt. The aftermath of the battle continued to sweep, causing people on the battlefield to change color. That guy is so strong. Who is he? Luffy clenched his fists in front of him to block the howling shock wave, and asked in a low voice. That's Bullet, the legendary great pirate. Law opened his mouth to explain. He used to be a crew member on One Piece Roger's ship, and his strength was comparable to Marine Admiral. After the battle with the Big Mom pirates, Bullet's bounty has reached 2,055.5 million Bailey. He and Aokiji are two of Keyenes' strongest men. After some battles, Bullet and Kaido did not decide the winner, and they both retired from the battlefield. Bullet looked at Kaido and smiled indifferently. Kaido, I haven't seen you for more than 20 years. Do you still remember me? Umph. Arrogant bastard. I thought you were already dead. Kaido knew Bullet naturally. What? Have you fallen since you escaped? You've actually become a little devil's lackey. With that, Kaido looked at Keyenes, his voice 0.9 booming. Arrogant brat. Don't you want to fight Lousy? Just like you, do you still want to kill Lousy? Keyenes shook his head and smiled. Wait until you defeat my subordinates first. If even my subordinates can't solve it, what qualifications do you have to fight with me? After finishing speaking, Keyenes looked at Aokiji and Bullet and said, I'll leave him to you. And Yin and Quinn, you should be able to solve it, right? Don't worry, it's easy. Enel grinned. I can take off their heads in no time. Shiryu of the Rain held the famous sword Thunderstorm in his hand, and a trace of blood flashed in his eyes. Boom! Bullet's feet exploded with strength, and the whole person turned into a cannonball and shot out, teleporting directly in front of Kaido. Swish! The pitch-black fist hit Kaido's chest, and an invisible shock wave pierced through his body. Kaido took 2 steps back, but apparently the punch didn't hurt him, not at all. At the same time, Aokiji also appeared on the top of Kaido's head. An icicle hit Kaido, the cold burst, and the ice cubes condensed, directly freezing Kaido. Suddenly, the ice cube shook a few times, and then dense cracks appeared. Boom! The ice cubes exploded. Kaido escaped from the trap, his chest lit up with fire, and then a breath of dragon spewed out his mouth. Bullet turned into a phantom to evade, and Aokiji was directly burned into water vapor. But apparently, Aokiji wouldn't be killed so easily, and soon regained his physical form. Afterwards, the 3 of them fought a fierce battle, and every time they faced each other, a powerful shockwave would be triggered. Just when Bullet and Aokiji were shooting, Enel and Shiryu also started. The opponents of the 2 are Fire Calamity Smoke and Epidemic Calamity Quinn. After the fierce battle broke out, the Red Sheath Samurai and Luffy boarded the 3 captains instead became outsiders. Hey, Straw Hat and Kid, let's go now. Law was the only one who was clear-headed. Now the battle between Keyenes and Kaido is the perfect time for them to escape. Go you go, but I won't go. Kid drank coldly. I won't leave here without killing Kaido. I'm not leaving either, Luffy said with his arms crossed. Hey, are you fools? Don't you understand what's going on? If we stay here again, we will all die. Law had just finished speaking when a huge figure appeared behind them. It's too late to leave now. The person who came was more than 5 meters tall, and it was Charlotte Katakuri. Seeing that the enemy is Katakuri, Luffy, Law, and Kid immediately got into battle stance. Be careful, he is Charlotte Katakuri, a former member of the Big Mom Pirates, with a bounty of 1.37 billion Baileys. Law warned loudly and introduced the basic information of Katakuri. He is the only one who can collect the information of many powerhouses in New World. Similar to Kid, who only knows the names of the 3 emperors and knows nothing about cadres. And Luffy, who doesn't even know the 4 emperors, has only heard of the name and will soon forget it. On the battlefield, Kane set his sights on Luffy's group. It's just that the people that Keyenes pays attention to are not Luffy and the others, but the Red Pig Samurai. This trip to Wano Kuni, defeating Kaido, is only one purpose, and conquering the warriors of Wano Kuni is the second purpose of Keyenes. Ding! Host triggers the subjugation mission. The electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Please host to subdue the Wano Kuni warriors and occupy Wano Kuni. Quest reward. Share an ability with killer puppets. Wano Kuni's samurai is extraordinary, and each samurai's individual combat effectiveness is very strong. If they can all be taken down, Keyenes will be able to form an army of samurai. In the future, it will definitely come in handy in the decisive battle against world government. PSSSSH. Keyenes flashed and came directly to the Red Sheath warrior. Long time no see, dog, cat viper, remember me? Keyenes looked at the 2 and asked coldly. As soon as these words came out, Jean Eamon and the others' faces suddenly sank. Hey, do you know him? Tianlan, cat viper. Ashura boy asked in a low voice. Oh no. Inuyarashi nodded, then stepped forward at the same time as Cat Viper and knelt down in front of Keyenes on one knee. Meet your majesty, Keyenes. The sudden change shocked the Red Sheath Samurai. Keyenes waved his hand and said coldly, Get up. Immediately, Keyenes looked at Kinemon. After the death of Kazuki Oden, Kinemon became the leader of the Red Pig Samurai. Forgot to introduce myself. My name is John Keyenes, the king of the Karo Empire. And same as Kaido, I am one of the 3 emperors of the New World. Of course, if you are willing to call me Killing Tyrant, I don't mind. Not long ago, the kingdom of Zou has sworn allegiance to me, so Inuyarashi and Cat Viper are already my subordinates. What? Kinemon and the others were suddenly shocked. Is what he said true? Kinemon asked eagerly. Ah, it's true. The dog nodded. We have no choice. Cat Viper, is also the default. In the face of my force, the country of Zoe has no ability to resist. Keynes sneered. I gave them a chance at the beginning, and now I can give you a chance too. As long as the red-sheathed samurai promises allegiance to me, you can leave this island alive today. Allegiance to you? Impossible. Kinnaman roared sharply. There is only one man we are loyal to, and that is Lord Odin. We have no allegiance to anyone but him. Sure. Keynes looked around the crowd and said indifferently, Kaido is dead today. Wanakuni is destined to fall into my hands. Can you take back Wanakuni for me? Or, with the few pirates behind you who have played home games? Keynes glanced at the Luffy in the distance, his eyes indifferent, neither sad nor happy, but the indifference was obvious. Then, a powerful gravitational force erupted, directly defeating Kinnaman and the others. There are 9 people in the Red Sheath 9 heroes, and Kanjuro is an undercover agent who has been killed. In addition to the dog and cat pit viper, there are 6 people. Now, all 6 of them are knocked to their knees by the gravity released by Keynes. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't stand up. Stop it, bastard. What are you trying to do? Of the 3, Luffy was indeed the most restless. Seeing that Kinnaman and others were attacked, he directly opened the second gear and shot towards Keynes. Keynes narrowed his eyes, and a flash of murderous intent flashed. However, just before he made his move, Marco made his move first. There was a flash of flame, and Marco appeared in front of Keynes, kicking Luffy into the sky. Then he fell suddenly and kicked Luffy in the stomach, pinning him down. When a captain talks, it's better for you to listen quietly. This is also for your own good. If you want to live, listen to me. Luffy struggled hard, but couldn't get out. And at this time, he finally remembered Marco's identity. You are Ace's. Ah, yes, it's me. Long time no see. Ace's brother. Marco suppressed Luffy and smiled lightly, but his face immediately became serious. Don't be impulsive, Ace's brother. Don't worry about what happened today. Just pretend you didn't see it. The current situation is out of your control. Marco is now playing for Keynes, and it's the limit that can save his life by suppressing Luffy. If it really pissed off Keynes, even he couldn't do anything. The armament hockey on Keynes' fist slowly dissipated as he saw Marco hold Luffy down. Of course, Keynes could see that Marco had shot Luffy to save him. Otherwise, Keynes would have killed him with just one punch. Have you thought about it? The Red Sheath Samurai brought all Wanakuni to my kingdom. Keynes looked at the 6 people kneeling in front of him and said coldly, in exchange, I can kill Kaido to avenge the old Kazuki Odin. Also, these pirates you rely on really can't help you. As soon as the voice fell, Keynes raised his hand and grabbed it. Captain Kidd in the distance was out of control and was directly grabbed by Keynes. Boom! The next moment, Kidd's body exploded directly, turning into a cloud of blood, leaving no bones. Then a black hole appeared and devoured all the flesh and blood. Keynes strikes like lightning with no prelude. Everyone can only feel the flowers in front of them. Kidd has no bones left. Everyone can only feel the flowers in front of them. Kidd is already dead. The faces of everyone present were ashen, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped them all. The strength of Keynes is too terrifying beyond the common sense of the sea. Kidd's bounty is 470 million berry, who once challenged the redhead and didn't die. But in front of Keynes, he couldn't even react, so he was instantly killed. Keynes killed him like an ant. Law's face was ugly, and he kept his head down, daring not to make any changes. Luffy is pinned down by Marco, stunned and incredulous when he sees Kidd being killed. Hey, Thor man! Luffy obviously didn't believe Kidd just died. After being stunned, there was endless rage. Bastard! What did you do to the thorny guy? Luffy let out a roar. His body instantly swelled and turned red, and he directly turned on the 4th gear. As a result, Marco was ejected by him and could no longer suppress him. Boom! A cloud of air burst, and Luffy turned into a red streamer and shot at Keynes. The huge fist was retracted, and armament hockey was covering his body. Hey, the straw hat boy! Stop, Luffy, don't be impulsive! The shouts of Law and Marco sounded at the same time. And now Luffy, no one could stop him. Oversight, idiot. Keyenes, expressionless, raised his hand and punched Luffy's fist. The powerful force and armament haki directly defeated Luffy's armament haki, and then hit him in the head. With one punch, Luffy was directly knocked into the air, leaving a circle of invisible air waves in the air, smashing through the Ghost Island skeleton ground. His huge body in fourth gear was directly defeated, a large amount of air spit out from his mouth, and his body shrank rapidly. Not only that, Luffy's right hand was twisted, his eyes rolled, and he was completely unconscious. With Kane's current strength, one punch is enough to kill Luffy in seconds. If it weren't for his Rubberman's body to offset some of the damage, he would be dead like Kid now. However, despite this, the punch also cost Luffy's half-life, completely knocking him out of combat. The Straw Hat. Law turned on his ability, and a transparent mask appeared out of thin air, wrapping them inside. Then the two disappear at the same time, leaving only two small stones. I'm going after them. Before Keyenes could give his order, Marco had turned into a phoenix to catch up. Katakuri also turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Seeing that Luffy and Kid were beaten so easily, Law fled with the seriously injured Luffy. The last hope in the hearts of Kinnaman and the others has completely disappeared. How is it? Have you figured out? Keyenes looked at Kinnaman and the others and said indifferently, I never give a third chance. You have already rejected me once, and there will be no second chance. Just as Kinnaman was about to speak, Inuarashi next to him spoke up. Promise him, Kinnaman. We have no choice. With our current strength, it is impossible to defeat Kaido. Even if Kaido is defeated, he is no match for this man. Inuarashi looked at Kaido, who was fighting with Chingxiong Bullet in the distance. The intensity of the battle was beyond their imagination. These two alone are enough to match Kaido, not to mention the more terrifying Keyenes. Now they have no way out. Cat Viper also said at this time, although I don't want to admit it, this is our last chance. Gene Eamon gritted his teeth and wanted to say something that refused to deny, but the strong gravity was pressing on him, making him feel powerless. Next, as long as he said a wrong word, the six of them who were kneeling on the ground would be directly crushed into flesh. We are relying on you. Can you make Wanakuni start a country? If you rule Wanakuni like Kaido, what's the point of us joining you? Now Wanakuni can't stand the handicap anymore. We would rather die than see that situation. Under Kaido's rule, Wanakuni was riddled with poverty, lies, and starvation. Kaido's many factories in Wanakuni have spread toxins in the water and soil of Wanakuni, and the residents of Wanakuni are deeply poisoned. Kinnaman and the others crusade against Kaido. In addition to avenging Odin, they also want Wanakuni to return to the scene 20 years ago. Rest assured, the Wanakuni I rule will only be better than the Wanakuni ruled by Odin. Kane said blankly, if you can enable Wanakuni to start a country and restore its former prosperity, we are willing to serve you. In the face of the threat and promise of pressure from Keyenes, Kinnaman finally bowed his head. Hey, Kinnaman, is this man trustworthy? Yes, what if he deceives us? Denjiro and Ashirodoko were still a little suspicious. What Kaido does they have witnessed firsthand over the past 2 decades? Like Kaido, Keyenes is also the 3 Emperor Pirates, and his reputation and brutality are better than Kaido's. By any measure, Keyenes was not someone to be trusted. Don't worry, well, he won't lie to you about this. Inu Lan said in a low voice, and Cat Viper nodded in agreement. After Keyenes ruled the country of Zou, he didn't do anything bad to Zou. And after that, they also collected information about Keyenes. Confirmed that Keyenes is only cruel to the enemy, very lenient to his subordinates, and very peaceful to govern the country. Every country that takes refuge in Keyenes will be better than ever. In particular, the Karo Empire, which was directly led by Keyenes, is now the safest and most stable kingdom in the world. After Kinnaman agreed to surrender, Cane Island dissipated the gravity on them. The 6 of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and the sword breathed heavily on the ground. Boom! Suddenly the island trembled, and a loud bang was heard, followed by a gust of wind like a tsunami torrent. Keyenes looked back and saw that the bullet was smashed into the ground by Kaido, and the corner of the ghost island shattered directly. Although Aokiji also took this opportunity to pierce Kaido's chest with an ice spear, he did not cause multiple injuries. Kaido's defense and self-healing abilities are extremely terrifying. Aokiji teamed up with Bullet and couldn't decide the winner or loser with Kaido in a short time. "Keyenes, where are you, kid? Didn't you kill Lousy?" Kaido pulled out the ice spear from his chest and roared. Bullet emerged from the ground and landed in front of Kaido. After being hit directly by Kaido, Bullet was injured but not seriously. Aokiji fell behind Kaido, and the two formed a front and back attack on Kaido. "Do you just want to die?" Keyenes flashed and appeared above Kaido's head. "You go to solve other people, he gave it to me," Keyenes ordered coldly. Bullet and Aokiji didn't speak. The two of them disappeared as two afterimages. The Dragon Man Kaido incarnates is more than 10 meters high, like a high-rise building. With every step, the ground vibrated. The arrogant little devil, is it finally here? Old Sun will send you to hell immediately. With his mace in hand, Kaido lunges at Keyenes. The mace pierced through the sky, rolling up the air waves, and before the ultimate move, the powerful pressure was already blowing. Keyenes pulled out the black knife, and Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki wrapped and covered them at the same time, and they also slashed down. Ha! The mace and the black knife Chioshui were facing each other, but they did not touch. There's an invisible thing in the middle that blocks the mace and the black knife, and black and red lightning flashes in and out. Boom! The two's Conqueror's Haki erupted at the same time, turning into a torrent and roaring wildly. The ground beneath his feet shattered inch by inch, and the momentum rose into the sky, tearing apart the clouds in the sky. A huge crack runs through the sky above the Ghost Island, as if splitting the sky in half. Over the Ghost Island, the dark clouds cracked, and the sky was split in half. On Ghost Island, Keyenes and Kaido had a face-off. When a mace and the black knife collided, Conqueror's Haki inspired black and red lightning, raging wildly. "Kaido, is that all you can do?" Keyenes was expressionless, and at the same time as he roared, the giant force in his hand exploded again. The black knife, Autumn Water, flashed a trace of blood, and its power suddenly increased greatly. Pin! A knife fell, and Kaido was instantly knocked back. The surrounding Conqueror's field is also destroyed. Kaido shot back, his feet deep into the ground, and plowed out two ravines. Swish! Keyenes took advantage of the victory to pursue. His figure flashed, and he disappeared. The next moment, 9 pitch-black half-moon-shaped slashes roared out, locking on Kaido's vital points. Kaido's incarnation of the Dragon Man, his chest ignited with fire, and then spit out a huge fireball and slashed face to face. Extreme strokes collide, and eventually both perish. However, a flash of knife light suddenly appeared, and after splitting the flame, it swept across Kaido's cheek at the speed of light. Boom! The slash extended for thousands of meters, flew to the sea outside the Ghost Island, and split the sea into a crack. Kaido's cheek dragon scale shattered, the wound split open, and blood trickled down. After all that pomp and show, there's only this much strength. Keyenes stared indifferently, jumped, and flew into the air. The black knife, Autumn Water, is already standing in front. The cherry blossoms are entwined, and the blood light emerges. Devouring knifeless destruction. Keyenes scolded with a knife, and the world fell silent. The huge black slash of the knife roared out, and the space suddenly twisted and exploded. The powerful gravitational force of the black hole erupted from the slash, engulfing everything wherever it went, and everything destroyed and perished. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido digs his mace in both hands and lashes out, hitting Keyenes' devouring slash. The two were deadlocked for only a moment, and Kaido was already showing his defeat. He was pushed by the slash and kept sliding backwards, and the ground beneath his feet shattered inch by inch. Eventually, the arm-colored emoji and Conqueror's hockey covered in the mace are devoured and torn apart by the black hole. Ha! With a flash of sword light, the mace snapped. The slash hit Kaido in the chest, smashed it out, and took him on a rampage, flying to the end of Onishima. The battlefield was dead silent. Chi, who was fighting Enel, and Quinn, who was fighting Shiryu, were all stunned. Looking at the place where Kaido was shot, his face was full of disbelief. Hey, what you kidding? How could Governor Kaido be defeated? Neither Jin nor Quinn believed that Kaido would be defeated. But Kaido faced Kane's powerlessness, and they saw it with their own eyes. The strength of the two is not at the same level. What's impossible? Enel grinned wildly, chopping out a brontosaurus with a golden stick. Kaido is very strong, but the man he faces is our king. Shiryu of Rain also sneered while biting his cigar. Kaido is only about the same level as that old woman in Big Mom. Captain Kane's killed even Big Mom. Wouldn't he be able to kill Kaido? Well said. At this moment, Bullet also came behind Hyun and Quinn. Kaido is dead today. If you surrender, you will still have a dog's life. Facing Enel and Shiryu of the Rain, Chi and Quinn are under enough pressure. Another bullet, and their odds are even slimmer. At the same time, Ching Xiong, Weibel, and Charlotte Smoji led the crowd into the interior of the Ghost Island and opened Shirkai to compete with the six cadres. Akiji Weibel and others defeated the main force of the Beast Pirates, while Badgers, Jinbei, and others led the army to attack from the outside. Such an internal and external attack made the 20,000 horses of the Beast Pirates quickly rout. The entire Ghost Island is full of fighting shouts and screams. The breath of killing, blood, and death permeates every corner of the Ghost Island. Kanes hovered over the Ghost Island, his eyes fixed on the giant pit beneath his feet. Kanes could sense that Kaido was at the bottom of the pit. Dell! Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar sounded. A huge blue dragon tore apart the dust and rose into the sky from the bottom of the pothole. Kaido has transformed into a giant dragon, more than 10 times larger in length and size. A huge blue dragon hovered in the sky and finally came to Kanes. I saw blood dripping on Qinglong's chest, and there was a huge wound that was bleeding profusely. Although the granulation at the wound is intertwined, there is a corrosive force in the wound that is constantly swallowing the flesh and blood, making the wound irreversible. Bastard, well done. This time, Lousy will be left with another scar. Kaido was invincible on defense and fought for decades. Only Kazuki Odin once left an irreversible scar on him. How can a mere scar be enough? Kane smiled indifferently. At least cut off your dragon's head. Kanes held the black knife Chiu Shui, standing horizontally in front of his chest, and said slowly, "This is Black Sword Autumn Water, Wanakuni's national treasure. It is said that Ryoma, the strongest samurai in Wanakuni, used it to kill a flying dragon. Today I use it to kill your blue dragon, and it's not a humiliation for you. Arrogant brat, if you can do it, try it." Heat breath. Kaido opened his mouth and breathed out the dragon's breath, which turned into a pillar of fire and shot at Kanes. How dare you make an axe with a little trick of carving insects? Kanes smiled indifferently, raised his hand and grabbed it. A small black hole appeared in his palm, directly swallowing the dragon's breath. In the eyes of outsiders, Kanes just grabbed and killed Kaido's dragon breath. Kaido, your flame can't even light a cake candle. Kane swung his knife and slashed, and immediately 9 black slashes burst out of the sky. The strike is extremely fast, just appeared, and has already come to Kaido. Wind blade! Kaido's huge body rolled, and a gust of wind spewed out of his mouth. The wind turned into a large number of wind blades, and Kane's slashes met head-on, and finally both died. But at this moment, another red slash roared, tearing apart Kaido's wind blades in an instant. The red slashing speed was so fast that Kaido didn't have time to dodge and was directly penetrated. SSSSHHH. A large amount of blood splattered, and Kaido let out a roar. A large hole appeared on the belly of the huge dragon body, and even the internal organs were exposed. This time and the last time, they were both seriously injured. Kaido, who is known as the Invincible Defense, can't stop Keyenes' ultimate move and suffers one after another. It seems that getting bigger is also beneficial. After Kaido got bigger, the main organs in the body also got bigger. Although Keyenes' knife penetrated Kaido's body and caused serious injuries to him, it still cannot constitute a fatal injury. If you want to kill Kaido, you need more powerful means. It's just that the size has become bigger, and the goal has become bigger. In front of me, it's courting death. Keyenes smiled nonchalantly, his palms pointed at the sky, and he grabbed hard. Pin. I saw a jet-black black hole streamer ray erupting from the palm of the hand, immediately piercing the sky and shooting out of the sky. Then, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, revealing hundreds of small suns. I saw hundreds of huge meteorites burning with flames falling from the sky, falling towards Kaido at super fast speed. Do you want to kill me like that? It's not that far away, kid. The dragon Kaido hissed and roared, and the huge body began to circle, making a circular rotation. I saw that with Kaido's rotation, the surrounding air was immediately swept away, forming 9 huge tornadoes. The tornado whistled, and the entire Ghost Island was shaking, and the wind was howling. Tornado! Kaido roared. The sky exploded with thunder, and countless thunders fell from the sky. Kaido, on the other hand, controlled the tornado to rise into the sky from below and attacked the meteorites from the sky up and down. Boom! The falling thunder wind blades swept through and collided with the flaming meteorite. Hundreds of meteorites were shattered and torn apart in an instant, turning into countless meteorite remains. The meteorite wreckage fell all over the sky, like a flaming meteor shower. Red Dragon Shadow / reverse kill. Keyenes slashed out a red dragon slash, almost the same size as the blue dragon that Kaido has transformed into. Tornado! Kaido's huge dragon body rolled in the sky, and the surrounding tornadoes roared out, confronting Keyenes' red dragon slash. It's just that the so-called tornado was torn apart in an instant after encountering the Qilong slash. A huge knife light lit up thousands of meters across the sky, and the 9 tornadoes created by Kaido were cut off by the middle. The slash hit Kaido's huge dragon body, wrapping its entire body, releasing unparalleled strength. Inexhaustible energy is like a torrent, sweeping in everywhere. Kaido was hit all over his body at the same time, and there was nowhere to be safe. Boom! A shock wave erupted, and the clouds in the sky were torn apart, piercing a large hole. The sun shines through the big hole and hits Kaido. I saw a huge blue dragon with a length of several hundred meters falling weakly from the sky, and a lot of blood and dragon scales were scattered. Kaido was badly wounded, with wounds all over the dragon's body. Most seriously, one of Kaido's eyes was dripping with blood, and a wound ran through the corner of his brow, which was obviously a dead eye. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded, and the falling Kaido suddenly stopped falling and flew into the sky again. It's just that Keyenes' ultimate move has already struck again. Above the sky, a red streamer quickly fell. An endless murderous aura and knife aura swept through the formation field. Just looking at it makes the skin tingle and lingering fear. Red Dragon Shadow / Meteor Fallout. Pin. A sword light suddenly appeared and disappeared in a flash. The meteor transformed by Keyenes stabbed Kaido's abdomen with a cross-shaped wound at lightning speed, and then pierced through the flesh and pierced through his body. Kaido's huge dragon mouth spat out a lot of blood. After being hit hard, Kaido could no longer fly, fell from the sky, and smashed heavily on the island of Lensa. When Keyenes and Kaido fought, the two had moved their positions in the sky, and now they were no longer over the Ghost Island, but over the island of Lensa. Captain Kaido! Captain Kaido! Quinn and King were shocked, and the two quickly left the battlefield, wanting to go to rescue. But at this moment, an extremely cold air suddenly erupted, covering the entire battlefield in an instant, freezing the two of them. It was Aokiji who shot. Half of his body was covered in frost, and he exhaled a lot of cold air with his breathing. "Ah la la la, it looks like you're going to fail," Aokiji said with a cold breath. At this time, Bullet and Weibel shot at the same time. Bullet turned into an afterimage and approached Quinn, and the huge fist was already blasted out. Weibel grabbed the Naginata and slashed down. The sword light swept across and locked Chi's head. Boom! Just before the ultimate move fell, the ice cube burst, and Quinn broke through the ice. It's just that although they broke Aokiji's ice seal, it was too late to avoid Bullet and Weibel's ultimate move. The Bullet fist hit Quinn's head and smashed it into the air. Weibel's Naginata also slashed in front of Chi's chest, and the shock fruit ability exploded as if it would be shaken into a pile of pieces. The bodies of the two turned into cannonballs and shot back, smashing into a pile of ruins. At this point, not only Kaido is on the verge of death, but Chi and Quinn are no longer safe. Above the sky, Keyenes descended from the sky, his palms aimed at the island of Rinsa under his feet, and grabbed hard. The powerful gravitational explosion of the black hole directly grabbed the entire island of Rinsa. Kaido, who was lying on the island, returned to Jackie Chan's form, hung on the ground with a mace, and ran a few steps, and then he didn't fall. It's just that he looked at Keyenes in the sky, and the dragon's eyes were full of fear. After a fierce battle, how could Kaido not know? Keyenes' strength is already above him and far ahead of him. Otherwise, it is impossible to beat him like this without being injured. Damn brat! Lousy, it won't be so easy to admit defeat. Kaido roared, jumped, and the whole person rose to the sky. Because of the blessing of the black hole's gravity, his speed is extremely fast. I saw Kaido wielding his mace, slashing down like a Naginata. A stick Chi, similar to Sword Chi, roared out and shot towards Keyenes. King Kong Chi. The huge rod is dozens of meters in diameter, and the speed is as fast as Ultimate. It has just appeared in front of Keyenes. Boring trick. Keyenes was expressionless and indifferent. With a swing of the sword, the black hole slashed the dust, and the dust had already broken through the air. Pin. The sword light flashed, and the stick gas was split into two in an instant. The murderous intent was not yet exhausted, and the slashing castration continued, hitting Kaido in the chest. Ugh! A large swathe of blood was splattered, and Kaido was hit hard again. There are already 2 blood holes in his chest. Now a huge crack has been added. The fissure extends from the left shoulder to the right flank, with deep visible bone, almost splitting Kaido in two. It's time to end. Blood flashed in Keyenes' eyes, and he slashed at the same time. A black hole shot out from the blade and was suspended above the island of Rinsa. The black hole is suspended, releasing a strong black hole gravity. The surrounding space was distorted. The gravel and soil on the island of Rinsa were pulled by gravity. The buildings were broken and torn, and even the trees were uprooted, and finally they were all sucked into the black hole. The black hole's gravity also fell on the falling Kaido, pulling it up into the sky. No matter how Kaido struggled, he couldn't resist the gravitational force even in a seriously injured state. Planetary devastation. Keyenes stretched out his palm and squeezed the black hole, and the strength of the black hole's gravity increased sharply again. The strong gravitational force immediately tore apart the island of Rinsa and sucked the wreckage of the island together. This trick is created by Keyenes imitating planetary devastation, but the effect is slightly different. Planetary devastation can attract people or objects around and eventually condense into a meteorite or even a planet. Although Keyenes' black hole is also gravitational, it cannot condense into a planet. Any object close to the black hole will be torn apart by the tearing force of the black hole in an instant and will be completely swallowed and perished. Kaido roared, and his body grew rapidly, changing from a dragon man form to a blue dragon form, trying to fly away from the black hole's engulfment. But how could Keyenes escape from him? While Kaido was struggling, Keyenes was already accumulating his strength, and his final move was ready to go. Devouring the knife, vacuum world. Keyenes slashed furiously, combining his exhaustion with the black hole ability into a spherical blow, smashing out of the air. The black ball soared into the sky, under the gaze of countless eyes, hitting Kaido's huge dragon body. Ha! With a flash of sword light, Kaido's huge dragon body was split in two, and Kaido was directly cut in half. Large swathes of blood splashed in, but they couldn't land and were instead attracted and swallowed by the black hole. Kaido let out an extremely shrill scream. The huge dragon roar caused the space to shake. The hurricane was ecstatic, and the thunder and lightning roared. Ordinary people are cut in half, and they are already dead. But Kaido is still alive. The two halves of the dragon are violently thrusting, and he is still struggling to survive. However, in the case of being cut in half, Kaido can no longer escape the gravity of the black hole. The powerful black hole gravitational force acts on Kaido's two halves of the dragon body. As it approaches, Kaido's dragon body is gradually swallowed and decomposed. His massive body began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn brat! In the end, Kaido was completely swallowed up by the black hole and died, leaving only the last unwilling roar echoing between heaven and earth. Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed it, and the black hole in the sky instantly disappeared. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the clear and bright sea was restored. However, at this moment, only Keyenes was suspended in the sky. Also the three emperors, Kaido, who is known as one-on-one invincible and the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, has no bones left and completely disappeared. Governor Kaido! Captain Kaido! King and Quinn stood in the ruins with expressions of disbelief. They never thought that the mighty Kaido would be killed one day. But the fact is right in front of them. It's just that they can't bear to believe it. Kaido is dead, and the Beast Pirates are on the brink of destruction too. When Kaido was killed, the Red Sheath warriors were very excited and cheered. Kinemon and the others even shed tears, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. After waiting for 20 years, I finally saw the day when the great revenge will be avenged. The joy at this moment cannot be described in words. Swish! Suddenly, Keyenes, who was floating in the sky, disappeared. The next moment, Keyenes appeared directly behind Quinn in the smoke and kicked him in the back of the heart. At this moment, time seemed to stop, and after Keyenes made a move, he teleported to Quinn's back and put his foot on his lower back. Boom! Jin/King and Quinn shot out at the same time, but their bodies slammed together violently, smashing a hill to pieces. When the dust cleared, both Hate and Quinn lay in the pile of gravel. The two of them were bloodied, their eyes turned white, and they had completely lost consciousness. Even if Quinn was at their peak, Keyenes could kill them in one move, not to mention that the two of them had already been badly wounded in previous battles. Now the two are still alive, and it is all up to Keyenes to show mercy. Yin and Quinn are also two powerful fighting forces. If they can be subdued, they will definitely come in handy in the future. Boom! Suddenly, the ghost island began to crash down. It turned out that the flame cloud below the island dissipated. The flame cloud was created by Kaido with the ability of the green dragon fruit. Now that he is dead, the flame cloud will naturally dissipate. Keyenes stepped on the ground, and a wave of air suddenly roared out, and the powerful gravity of the black hole swept through, and the rapidly falling island stopped falling. Hey, did the famous Beast Pirates just die like that? Shiryu of the Rain came over while biting his cigar, still looking a little unfulfilled. To defeat the powerful pirate groups, first capture the king. Every Emperor-level pirate group is supported by the Emperor. As long as the Emperor dies, the pirate group will naturally collapse. Bullet crossed his chest with his arms and seemed to take it for granted. What's next? Kill all those people down there. Enel grinned, the killing intent on his body still waning. The main battlefield above the Ghost Island skeleton has ended, but the full-scale war inside the Ghost Island is still going on. And the members of the Beast Pirates don't know yet. Their captain and 2 big billboards are gone. The rest is up to you. I just want the result. Keyenes said nonchalantly. Understood. Enel and Shiryu of Rain grinned grimly, and they both disappeared at the same time, entering the interior of Onishima through a large hole in the ceiling. Bullet and Akiji didn't participate in the battle. The rest were just a few miscellaneous soldiers, and the result was the same with or without them. Go and have a look. Keyenes looked at the red-sheath warrior. Tell the Wanakuni samurai inside Onishima that Wanakuni is my territory from now on. Understood, we'll go right away. Kinnaman and the others also turned into afterimages and jumped into the large hole in the ceiling. They go to war now and can reduce casualties. Inside the Ghost Island, war is spreading everywhere. Under the leadership of Weibel, Badgers, Jinbei, Cavendish, and others, the 6 volley cadres of beast pirates were completely defeated. Coupled with the crushing force, the 20,000 pirates of the beast pirates can be said to be in retreat. Where are the cadres? Where are the cadres? Why don't you come to support? Where's the Lord? And Queen Quinn? We can't stand it anymore. The pirates of the beast pirates are on the verge of collapse under the slaughter of thousands of warriors from the Karo Empire and Wanakuni. The interior of the Ghost Island was full of corpses, and the blood flowed and stained the earth. The smell of blood and gun smoke filled the air, making countless pirates desperate. At this moment, the participation of Enel, Shiryu of the Rain, and others gave the beast's pirates the last blow. Listen to me, all beast pirates. Kaido is dead. Lay down your arms and surrender. Kaido is dead, and Quinn has been defeated, and whoever surrenders shall die. News of Kaido's death and the defeat of Kim and Quinn spread within Onishima. The beast's pirates, which was already on the verge of collapse, finally couldn't support it and fell into a total rout. A merciless slaughter ensued. Any pirates who did not put down their weapons, or did not put down their weapons in time, were all mercilessly slaughtered by the army of the Karo Empire. The corpses inside the Ghost Island Palace are piled up like a mountain, as if it has become a Shura hell. Finally, after the first person put down their weapons, the subsequent pirates began to put down their weapons and surrender. Under the leadership of the Red Sheath Samurai, such as Kinnaman, the Wanakuni Samurai were also gathered together by them. This all-out war is beginning to come to an end. Above the Ghost Island skeleton, the fire dragon Leviathan was lying on the ground, and Keyenes was sitting on top of Leviathan's head. His observation haki enveloped the entire Ghost Island, locking all the human breath inside the Ghost Island. From breath alone, Keyenes could judge the current situation. Okay. Suddenly, Keyenes frowned, his eyes opened, and a flash of red light flashed. Under the perception of his observation haki, an extremely powerful aura appeared inside Onishima. Judging from the breath, this person is undoubtedly an admiral-level combat power, not inferior to Bullet and Akiji. Who is it? Keyenes didn't understand. Inside Onishima, there are only a few people who really have admiral-level strength. Besides, there should be no one else. Under the perception of Keyenes, the whereabouts of this breath are erratic, and the movement speed is very fast. It was clearly on the left side of the island 1 second ago, but teleported to the right side of the island the next second, with a distance of more than several thousand meters in the middle. If it is outside, there are many people who can do this. But at this moment, this breath is inside the Ghost Island, and there are walls and buildings everywhere. No one would move in this way. Interesting. The corners of Keyenes' mouth twitched with curiosity. Hey, Bullet, do you feel it? Keyenes asked with a chuckle. Ah, I feel it. An uninvited guest has come. Go and see. Understood. Bullet smiled grimly, and at the same time as the voice fell, the person had disappeared. Keyenes wasn't in a hurry. Looking at the breath, the strength of the incoming person is similar to that of Bullet. More than enough to send Bullet. It's just that under Keyenes' perception, Bullet couldn't catch up with that mysterious aura. After a few flashes, the aura completely disappeared. Keyenes turned observation haki to ultimate, and only a faint hint of a faint scent was locked in. Looking at the route of his actions, he was actually fleeing towards the outside of the Ghost Island. Is it the devil fruit ability? Keyenes swept out of the island with a cold eye, raised his hand, and pointed. The zero point 0.9 black hole laser ray was already lasing out. Boom! A fireball exploded out of thin air, raising a huge mushroom cloud. The land below the ghost island was directly blasted out of a giant pothole. However, the breath disappeared, and Keyenes did not leave him behind. And under Keyenes' careful sensing, that breath took away a few people. Mysterious space system ability person, come to save people? Keyenes' eyes were sharp, and there was a flash of coldness. He always felt that this incident was not a coincidence. There must be someone behind it. However, what the specific purpose is not yet known.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.